All right, I will let you know and I'll report back. Thank you, Glass. 감사합니다.
God damn.
Hi guys, it's Bella. The next interviewee for Relay Question is Falcons Kickstart. Hi, Kick. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Well, Glass wanted me to ask, how can you be so consistent?
Well, we've played like 20 games, so I don't know how we're consistent, but I mean, it's pretty much just based on what they do. That's how we've been consistent so far. We've auto review every single thing PO tells them to do.
Mm-hmm.
We've just been trying to copy it to the best of our ability.
Yeah. Would you say that your rival is Crazy Raccoons then?
No, I think they're like our father figure pretty much, because we just copy everything they do and they're the goats.
Well, okay, enough about Crazy Raccoon and the love that you have for them. What's the one thing you miss from home?
My girlfriend and my cats, I
Nice.
would say, and just being home and having some, home-cooked meals.
Shout out to your girl. And what are your cats' names?
Cookie, Cream, Suki, and Freya.
You have 4?
I have 4.
4 cats. Big family.
Yeah.
All right, well, who should I run off to ask the next relay interview to?
I think Pio.
Pio?
Yeah, we'll just say
Okay,
Pio.
what should I ask Pio?
Why won't he let me drive his BMW?
Okay.
How did he make so much money to get a BMW?
Okay, I'll make sure to ask him that and I'll get back to you too. All right, thank you, Kick, for joining me.
Bye.
Tired of chasing the same chicken dinner? Now it's your chance to change the game itself with the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest. 3 ways to enter. Go loud with combat modes. Go tense with survival modes. Or go full creative with racing, parkour, party games, or whatever this is. Publish a new PUBG UGC mode for the community to play on and compete for your share of $95,000 in prizes. Every winning mode gets uploaded to PUBG Playgrounds, featured for the community to play. That's your name out there. Plus, the top 10 in every category win cash, including $10,000 for first place. And you don't have to wait for the finale. 10 creators get picked mid-contest for putting something great out there early. Then the community picks its favorites. 6 more winners will receive cash prizes and will be chosen by the players who will actually play their modes. The contest opens on August 12th. All Battlegrounds Plus players can upload their creations. Build your mode. Make your rules. Join the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest now. We'll see you on your Battlegrounds.
Hi guys, it's Bella, and next up for the relay interview, it's none other than Crazy Raccoon's Pio. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
Well, Kickstart had a couple of questions. He wanted to know.
Why won't he let me drive his BMW?
일단 면허가 없을 것 같아서 그 보험도 안 들어가 있기 때문에 운전하는 거 아닌 것 같습니다.
And also, he wanted to ask you,
How did he make so much money to get a BMW?
let's hear what Pio has to say.
일단 아무래도 PGC 우승한 게 좀 컸던 것 같고요. 그리고 이제 방송을 좀 열심히 하다 보니까 그게 좀 도움이 많이 된 것 같습니다.
Who should I talk to next? And what is the question that you have for them? 하나인가요? 또 궁금하신 거 없으신가요?
다른 거 없어요.
Well, I wanna ask T1Z, and how are you so good? All right. Well, thank you, Pio. 감사합니다. Best of luck to you. 안녕.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100 plus audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion, PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used to run for 3 days, now just takes place in a single day. However, in place of fewer matches, teams must compete in 3 organically connected series over 3 weeks. The long and arduous journey to becoming champion. Shall we take a look? First, in Series 1, a total of 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and play in cross-group matches. The first day, each group will play 6 matches for a total of 9 matches on that day. The top 16 teams advance to the winner stage, while the bottom 8 teams drop to the survival stage. The top 8 teams from the winner stage advance directly to the Series 1 final stage, while the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 from the group stage in the survival stage. While in the survival stage, only the top 8 teams can advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. Only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner stage. In Series 2, the winner stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion, PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used to run for 3 days, now just takes place in a single day. However, in place of fewer matches, teams must compete in 3 organically connected series over 3 weeks. The long and arduous journey to becoming champion. Shall we take a look? First, in Series 1, a total of 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and play in cross-group matches. The first day, each group will play 6 matches for a total of 9 matches on that day. The top 16 teams advance to the winner stage, while the bottom 8 teams drop to the survival stage. The top 8 teams from the winner stage advance directly to the Series 1 final stage, while the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 from the group stage in the survival stage. While in the survival stage, only the top 8 teams can advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner's stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner's stage. In Series 2, the winner's stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. After 2 days of competing in the final stage, the teams advancing to the circuit's crowning event, the Grand Final, are determined. But wait, you might be thinking, can't you just do well in Series 2 final stage and make it to the Grand Final? However, in this year's PGS, only teams with consistent performance can reach the Grand Final and ultimately make it to PGC. To advance to the Grand Final, PGS points earned across Series 1 and Series 2 are crucial. Only the top 8 teams, based on combined PGS points from the final stages of Series 1 and Series 2, can advance to the 3-day Grand Final. Excluding the series finale, all 3 series award the same PGS points, so performing well in only the later series will not give you an advantage. The bottom 16 teams that did not make the Grand Final must once again fight for their lives and finish in the top 8 of the survival stage to advance to the Grand Final. Of the 16 teams that then make it to the Grand Final, only 1 team can become the circuit champion. As you know, to become the circuit champion and advance to PGC, reaching the final stage and the Grand Final is essential. Starting in this year, there is also one important factor. That's right, prize money. In the final stage, ranking prizes are awarded only to the top 8 teams. But any qualified team that earns a chicken dinner receives a cumulative $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. In the series final, ranking prizes are given to all teams that manage to make it to the Grand Final, and chicken dinner teams continue to receive that $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. From points to prize money, motivation has never been clearer. The path has been revealed for our PGC 2026 champion. Anyone can claim the throne.
Tired of chasing the same chicken dinner? Now it's your chance to change the game itself with the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest. 3 ways to enter. Go loud with combat modes. Go tense with survival modes. Or go full creative with racing, parkour, party games, or whatever this is. Publish a new PUBG UGC mode for the community to play on and compete for your share of $95,000 in prizes. Every winning mode gets uploaded to PUBG Playgrounds, featured for the community to play. That's your name out there. Plus, the top 10 in every category win cash, including $10,000 for first place. And you don't have to wait for the finale. 10 creators get picked mid-contest for putting something great out there early. Then the community picks its favorites. 6 more winners will receive cash prizes and will be chosen by the players who will actually play their modes. The contest opens on August 12th. All Battlegrounds Plus players can upload their creations. Build your mode. Make your rules. Join the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest now. We'll see you on your Battlegrounds.
Hi guys, it's Bella, and next up for the relay interview, it's none other than Crazy Raccoon's PO. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
Well, Kickstart had a couple of questions. He wanted to know
Why won't he let me drive his BMW?
일단 면허가 없을 것 같아서 그 보험도 안 들어가 있기 때문에 운전하는 거 아닌 것 같습니다.
and also he wanted to ask you,
How did he make so much money to get a BMW?
let's hear what PO has to say.
일단 아무래도 PGC 우승한 게 좀 컸던 것 같고요. 그리고 이제 방송을 좀 더 열심히 하다 보니까 그게 좀 도움이 많이 된 것 같습니다.
Who should I talk to next? And what is the question that you have for them? 하나인가요? 또 궁금하신 거 없으신가요?
다른 거 없어요.
Well, I wanna ask T1Z, and how are you so good? All right. Well, thank you, PO. 감사합니다. Best of luck to you. 안녕.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. so you can hear bad guys better. Hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used to run for 3 days, now just takes place in a single day. However, in place of fewer matches, teams must compete in 3 organically connected series over 3 weeks. The long and arduous journey to becoming champion. Shall we take a look? First, in Series 1, a total of 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and play in cross-group matches. The first day, each group will play 6 matches for a total of 9 matches on that day. The top 16 teams advance to the winner stage, while the bottom 8 teams drop to the survival stage. The top 8 teams from the winner stage advance directly to the Series 1 final stage, while the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 from the group stage in the survival stage. While in the survival stage, only the top 8 teams can advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. Only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner stage. In Series 2, the winner stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. After 2 days of competing in the final stage, the teams advancing to the circuit's crowning event, the Grand Final, are determined. But wait, you might be thinking, can't you just do well in Series 2 final stage and make it to the Grand Final? However, in this year's PGS, only teams with consistent performance can reach the Grand Final and ultimately make it to PGC. To advance to the Grand Final, PGS points earned across Series 1 and Series 2 are crucial. Only the top 8 teams, based on combined PGS points from the final stages of Series 1 and Series 2, can advance to the 3-day Grand Final. Excluding the series finale, all 3 series award the same PGS points, so performing well in only the later series will not give you an advantage. The bottom 16 teams that did not make the Grand Final must once again fight for their lives and finish in the top 8 of the survival stage to advance to the Grand Final. Of the 16 teams that then make it to the Grand Final, only 1 team can become the circuit champion. As you know, to become the circuit champion and advance to PGC, reaching the final stage and the Grand Final is essential. Starting in this year, there is also one important factor. That's right, prize money. In the final stage, ranking prizes are awarded only to the top 8 teams, but any qualified team that earns a chicken dinner receives a cumulative $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. In the series final, ranking prizes are given to all teams that manage to make it to the Grand Final, and chicken dinner teams continue to receive that $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. From points to prize money, motivation has never been clearer. The path has been revealed for our PGC 2026 champion. Anyone can claim the throne.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Be nice and be happy.
Hi guys, welcome to another sit-down game time with me and today's guest, Team Vitality. Hello everyone. Hello. Hi guys. Hello. Is that your impression of me? Hello. All right, well today's game is called Guess Who. We'll show you a bunch of pictures of the players here at the lobby and you have to guess their names. Are you ready?
I need to translate it.
Oh, okay.
Будет показывать картинки игроков, но надо будет по очереди называть, что это. Alright,
So yesterday, Team Liquid got 22 seconds. Yeah, if you finish before them, then you win, and they're like,
We won't.
wait, you won't? Oh, okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Start.
Birdie Corti. Follow my bet. Baron pick.
Oh.
Patulins.
Okay.
Куёта.
Okay.
Bimi. Drought King.
Oh. You did one more too, and you came in before.
Nice.
Okay, 20 seconds record for Team Vitality. That was a record. You now hold the #1 lead in Guess Who challenge.
Nice.
It's you and Team Liquid. Why don't we wrap this up with a message to Team Liquid then?
Be nice and be happy.
Thank you guys for joining me, and I'll see you at the next one. Wait, bye. Bye.
Thank you.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
He's a beast on server, but today he has graced us with his humaneness. Hi guys, welcome to another day of shooting challenge, and I'm sitting here with Navi today. Hi guys, good to see you.
Hello.
Looking jolly as always. You get 3 bullets, and the one to knock down most bottles wins and can tell the loser of the group what kind of dance to do for the chicken dinner. Sounds good? Yeah. Okay, well, who's gonna go first? Hey, you need the gun. Haka, how many points do you think he's gonna get? 0?
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back, my friends. We have had to wait just a little while to get to beautiful Shanghai for PGS7. The new circuit kicks off today, where we start with the group stages and work our way forward from there.
Nate tossing out towards Tig, and he is in that little dip. You see a bunch of stun grenades being thrown in, and well, Tig, he's spotted, he's dealt with Falcon's fall in 3rd place, and that leaves Geeky and Vitality, and Geeky has sent Seongjan on the other side. They've retaken the ground that Vitality held, and Vitality here is quick double. I can 2 for the price of 1, and Geeky take the first map of the day.
Nice Molotovs already from Cold 119. Get the initial knock on the Nurins. Opons, Patapon. Just keep on keeping down. But while this is going on, GK is just taking over the rest of the map. They are taking everything that they want. They'll come from the high ground. They'll come from the low ground. Park Pro gets 1. He's going to get Patapon as well. And look at the nice 8 kills now for GK as JDG has just been sitting in a smoke cloud surviving. And Opons, Cold 119 with that as well. The arena does get eliminated.
Literally, that's wild. Songjang up on top says, I'm sorry, Patharpong, we've taken the high ground, and they eliminate them. Geeky comes down the pipe. 1 JDG player left. Geeky was a wrecking ball, Poro, as they just hunt down the last man. Easy peasy.
Lights work.
Ming Ming is separated out. He was trying to get a look at Cowboy like you're talking about, and now Petrichor Road has to try to survive. Give time for Ming Ming to regroup. He's running over here. Is Batulin's going to spot this? He's going to be reversing into the exact same angle, and I think he's going to get vision on it. Runs right into the wrong angle. 0-4 manages to get the knock, and Twisted felt like they had so much of this under control on approach, and then suddenly it all just went so wrong. Peeks around the side, coming up from Ming Ming. He knows exactly where he is. Stun starting to come out. Can that connect onto anything? Starts trying to chase. He should be able to get vision. Knows exactly where Petrichor Road's player's at. Goes for the peek around, but no, it is going to be Ming Ming in the end that clutches it up and holds it together for Petrichor Road.
Oh, it was so close, but no cigar.
Anyone's Legend, meanwhile, they've got Himas, they've got Sololzi. Himas going to send it right into Sharper, and his vehicle's going to instantly blow up, and it's not even going to matter that he's got the P90. The M249 proves to be the stronger gun. Team Liquid backs up against the wall, finds Alo, finds Kurt, and Full Sense is collapsing the fist, and they will get the win here in match number 4.
PGC champions, and now game 4 champions. Dusty Dunes time. Me and Poro are going to get out of here and leave it to Gibson and Matchroom. Game number 2 of our second set of the day. Get to it.
But VP, they're going to have to deal with this close range threat. Petrichor Road, and Beamy steps up, goes for the shots, but Stade that gets the knock onto Beamy, dropping VP down to just 1 in Nixie. Oh, and it's going to be a follow-up with the Panzerfaust just to make sure the deed is done. Full circle control now in Nemesis's favor. New guys on the block coming into the PGS is showing up in game number 2. So said just runs in, finishes it out, and Nemesis takes the victory.
Yeah, what a victory that is for them when you think of the position they were in earlier.
I think Navi would love to be able to get rid of these guys without a whole bunch of utility. Yeah, there you go. Nicely done. Yeah, this is just cleaning up. Shen will go down. Core Road down to 1. I-26 V6. We'll get a knock on the Fairest, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Nicely done there for Navi as they hold their ground and they get their win.
Easy as you like it. Navi comes away with a victory. Nemesis got one, and then Navi's like, hey, no, we have to have one now, and they go ahead and they take that win.
It's just trying to make sure that nothing was going on over there, as it looks like it's going to be a vehicle push to see if they can get into closer range. Going to be hard. Lyrics, it's a great shot on the POW right off the start of this. Follows that up. E-Arena's just got too much control. Alpha, I don't even know what you can do. The swarm is starting to come for you, and there is no way to get into this circle easy. It's a matter of just which E-Arena player is going to be the one to get it. Need to finish it off, and E-Arena takes it with 11 kills.
Yeah, big win for them. 21 points, just guaranteeing the fact that we will see them playing in the winners tomorrow.
Hacktory harassing while these guys try to make this corner push. Oh no!
There's just nothing they can do, but Azameme will spot out Booster before he's able to come in, but Shen's looking in the wrong direction. It doesn't matter. He takes the quick flick.
But the Falcons smell blood, and they come all hunting from the high ground. They spray the smoke, they flush Heather, and they finish the job. Falcons walk away with a win, and a much needed one based on the first couple of games we saw out of them.
Now what do you do, 4 Angry Men? You're the odd team out now, and Heather manages to hit the shot onto HS.
Yeah, there's another kill confirmed. This one ends, got a shotgun of his own, but he's caught out by a kill.
Oh my
this
God.
is just shotgun on shotgun on shotgun on shotgun.
Oh
there's
my God.
another pump, another knock, another kill confirmed. He can see them in the smoke on the other side, but that's Navi here, twisted minds into the angle. Hello, goodbye. Shen takes out Heather, and then there was 3.
Low ground gonna be continuing out, as now Navi's gonna start jumping down right into the waiting shotguns, just popping them. 4 Angry Men making these shotguns do all the work for him. Navi trying to come down from up on top. There is nothing to be had. Shotguns reign supreme as 4 Angry Men take it.
Oh, what a performance from them. I can't remember the last time I see as many shotgun kills in one game.
Winner stage, this is who is going through. They will be back tomorrow, and after that, the top 8 teams from the winner stage will advance directly to the grand final. The bottom 8 teams will have to fight again in the survivor bracket, or the survivor stage, against the teams who did not qualify today. So no one is out. At this stage, the first round, you get 2 chances, and so these are the teams who have a shot to go straight through, and I think most of those teams would really prefer to do that, Matt.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next. Take me to the front line. Better get your head right. You ain't gonna take my friend away. Take me to the front line. Put me in the limelight. You ain't gonna take my shine away. Take my shine away.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome back, my friends. It is time for the winner's bracket here at PGS7 from beautiful Shanghai, China. My name's Toffees. I am joined by Gibson, Matchup, and Porosaurus as we bring you the action from this event. Yesterday, all of our teams took the field, and the top 16 have advanced here today to make a statement that they deserve to go straight to the grand final. The top 8 do. The bottom 8, well, they've got to fight tomorrow with the rest, the best of the rest, if you will, in an effort to survive and make it to the big money and start their journey to domination in the circuit. Guys, welcome back. It's going to be a good day of play, and it's changed up. Instead of just making top 16, now it's about top 8, but we have 5 games to do it. That still seems like a stressful amount, Gibson.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty much a situation now for a lot of these teams where they want to bypass tomorrow, right? That lower bracket becomes an absolute mess with everybody scratching and clawing their way to try play at the weekend. The 5-map system, though, I think we've been playing it now for 8-9 months, so these players are used to only having 5 maps a day. So I think they'll be fine with it, but it does ramp the pressure up that little bit when there's one less chance.
Yeah, I think the pressure will be high, but it's also one of those you get an extra chance to see, theoretically, how you measure up against the best. Because I think in some ways, Poro, this is kind of a pre-final, right? Like the idea is if you got here, you should be able to get back out of last chance and back into the final. So this is a great place to sort of test your plans for the big show.
Goal in mind right now, and that's to make that final stage. And you know, the quicker you can get it done, the better. Obviously, we saw what happens when you have a good start, you get the ball rolling, and you can play with just freedom and confidence. We saw that with Geeke, we saw that with Petrichor, and it delivered in a big way for them yesterday. But now it's clean slate, as you said, so it's starting from the bottom. Let's see if they can get back up to where they need to be.
Take a look at that total leaderboard from yesterday. So obviously we start back over as we move into the winners division, but the top 16 did advance. Petrichor looked very good at the end of the day. Geeke looked good at the start match, and it seemed like the teams there just decided to split the difference.
Yeah, we're kind of looking at today with the same eyes that we had yesterday, right? Sure, there was more games, but everybody only ended up playing 6 in total. So one less on the day, so squads that are going to be specifically going for more of that center dive meta. That's why we've been seeing it so much. Everybody wants to try to play the math so that way the circles work in their favor, so that way they can secure themselves a good game to try to get some distance away from everybody on the leaderboards, specifically as we're going to be looking into the top 8 today. So yeah, squads like Petrichor Road, DK managed to find multiple successes and put them into a great position. A lot of squads, though, only found like 1 or 2 games, and that was enough to hold them into the top 8, but it wasn't comfortable.
And then let's take a look at the bottom 16, because that cutoff right there was actually pretty hard contested yesterday, Gibson. Tyloo ends up not making it anyone's legend, a team of players that we all know, Gam the Expendables, Alpha. A lot of those Titans from APAC knocked out as well. How do you prevent yourself from getting caught in the same type of race here at the end? Because it really did come down to set yourself up for that last game.
Yeah, positioning's a big one, right? You look at the teams that finished on top, their movement and decision making was kind of a lot better than everybody else inside the lobby. Yes, it helped that some of them were fed. Like, we've seen a couple of ones where teams picked a position in phase 3, and it just continued to close those zones in on them. But I think for me, that cutoff line at 28 is going to be maybe a little bit smaller today because of the fact that, there's one less map. But, look at those teams in the bottom 8. Who wants to be playing in that lower bracket when you have anyone's legend there? The Expendables, Gen G. There's some incredible teams waiting in that lower bracket. And, of course, we've got Godlike from America who said they're going to play completely different tomorrow than what they played yesterday.
You know, you say there's some terrors down there. Because of their great caliber and the names are recognizable, but for me, Poro, it's terror because those are all teams that can be very unexpected. That can do things that you just don't like. I mean, 3 Vietnamese teams down there means that there's going to be violence in the lobby tomorrow.
It's not going to be fun for anybody, especially. I mean, when you consider the fact that you're relying on 5 games, right? Like nobody wants to leave it to that to determine whether or not they make that final stage. And when you already include all those teams that are down there, which honestly, there are no bad teams down there. Like it's just teams that had a bad day, right? So like tomorrow could come through and they could be like completely like jet lag shaked off and they're comfortable now, they're ready to ball. So you know you don't want to leave it to that last moment. So it's going to be tough today for sure for all these teams, but you definitely want to get to the top 8 here if you can. That cut line is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think you brought up, I like this point you brought up. It seemed like a constant theme yesterday in all the interviews is we're exhausted, we're tired, we're jet lagged. Every time that we interviewed a player, I mean, I was trying to decide if it was like this new emo thing we're doing with like Nemesis or if it was just we're exhausted from being on the plane. But those players looked absolutely knackered, Matcham.
Yeah, I mean, okay, whenever we look at it, it's been pretty much PGS into PNC, into EWC, into Games of the Future, and then here. There's been maybe a week or 2 off in that. But that's a long sprint, man. It's like that's more marathon style when we look at it. That's been multiple months, lots of travel coming into play, lots of different time zones as well as you're kind of bouncing between everything. But that's kind of the nature of the beast, right? Whenever we're looking at this is if you want to make the money, you got to qualify, you got to make it through. You get a little bit of an easier track this year for those teams just based off of how like the PAS and like the European leagues and the qualifications for that work. So you get more chances. Mixed bag, because that means the fact that you also get to sleep less and you also get to dive in. But I mean, it also means the fact that there's more opportunity at the end of the day. So anybody that's now had at least a day or 2 means that you can start to reset. Like, I don't know about you guys. Yesterday was hellacious just because of how long it was and the times. But today, not quite as bad. We're starting to get on schedule as well.
Yeah, the players I think are going to be happy with the fact that they're running 5 games instead of having the split in the middle. Yesterday was a tough one for everybody. But you know what? It could be worse, I guess. That said, this is, I think, building tenacity. These players are going to be strong when they get to PGC and used to these sort of grinders, and group stages will be a walk in the park for them. Let's take a look at a head-to-head between 2 of our players yesterday, Melman and Batulin. Very different performances, Gibson.
Yeah, very different, but like look at how good the headshot rate for Melman was. Like every 3rd shot he set off was a headshot. The survivability time, you might not think 2 minutes is a long time, but what in PUBG it is, right? You know, for going out in the 90th minute, going out in the 21st minute average could be a bunch of placement points. But I think the main thing to highlight is the fact that these are 2 players from PEC who, you know, as an America's person, I can play both sides because I'm from Europe. I think Europe had a very good day yesterday, right? They didn't top the leaderboard, but they got all their teams into today. They're going to be feeling very good, but these are 2 teams that like to bump heads as well in the lobby. So keep an eye on these 2 maybe fighting around phase 3, phase 4.
Okay, fair enough. And I just want to be clear, just because we're from the Americas doesn't mean we can't believe in the European teams and their vitality and ability to win right now. It just means we can be deeply disappointed when the guys from our region don't step up because we know them so well, right? Like, I was brutalized by watching Godlike yesterday because I know the guys and I want them to do incredibly well. Seeing Haven struggle in those games was devastating, not because I dislike them, but because I know them so well, and I'm sure that you guys felt the same. Was there any other team that you watched yesterday, and I can kind of go through each of you. We'll start with you, Poro, that you felt like, I know these guys, I know they're better than this, I want to see them do better? Even a team that made the winners division that you'd like to see step up here today.
Yeah, anyone's legend, I think, was kind of up at the top. Really, all the Vietnamese teams really were kind of up there at the top for me. Like, I was expecting a lot more. But again, you know, you can only make so many broad, sweeping judgments based off of 6-game set. And obviously, it was a very slow start for them. But I do expect them to come back and kind of get back in it. And the same could be said, honestly, for the Korean teams. Like T1, they left until the very last game, and they made that cut. But it was about to be 3. Yeah, it was about to be 3 Korean teams below the cut, and that was not expected at all. So really, I mean, you could just throw a dart, hit a team that missed the cut line. You could say, like, you could come up with a reason as to why you're surprised that they didn't make it. But you know, that's the nature of the beast.
It is. Gibson, you got any takes on who you think maybe was a letdown yesterday and needs to step up, or you'd like to see a little different out of them?
I'm going to say Gen G, right? Another team that I think everyone here had high hopes for. What surprised me most about them was just how often they were losing individual players early. Like, it felt like a lot of the times D was dropping as the forward scouts. They need to clean that up tomorrow, but I know a lot of fans out there are going to be hoping Gen G can turn up.
Excellent. Real quick, Matt, what do you got?
I'll just say Liquid, man. Liquid and Falcons. I'll go full on Americas right now. What's going on, man? Find something. I know Liquid can sometimes be like bottom and towards that 16th area position. But I mean, Falcons, you're usually holding down that 3rd, 4th place position.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to kind of see you pop back into that. But again, 6 game set.
I'm sorry I told you fast, Matt. I really honestly thought that we were about
I thought we were going to game 2.
the host walkouts. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
All right, so great conciseness, my friend. Now let's pivot around to the teams that are participating here today. It's 5 games in the winners division. These are the guys who did make that cut line. And while I think there were, some surprises, I will say I think teams like Full Sense that continue to say, hey, you're world champions. Please do better. But let's pivot that and say, of the teams that we're watching today, Matt, who do you think really stood out to you yesterday, and what impressed you about them?
I mean, it's got to be Geek, right? Like, second place, 2 back-to-back first places, high kill counts on both of them. The rest of the day, meh. But, I mean, those first 2 games were really crazy, and they did get some circle love in it, so I would be incredibly surprised if we see it again, but also pleasantly surprised.
The thing for me about Geek that I enjoy the most is they have been impressive, as Matt brings up. And they're players that we know, but I would not say that Akon, EJ, Park Pro, and Songjang are necessarily always the most talked about Korean players. It feels like this is a raw fundamentals team to me.
Yeah, I mean, they're elder statesmen, right? They've been around for a long time, and there's definitely been times when we've looked at each of those guys and been like, okay, are they? They're never going to be the superstar on their team, but they're always like that glue guy. I mean, I would say a comparison, maybe a not appropriate comparison, would be somebody like Shrimzy, right? Like that had kind of always been in the shadows of the bigger player, but they're very good players in their own right. But yeah, I mean, it was great for GK, but I mean, that's kind of what happens when you get 2 wins to start off the day. You kind of get to breeze through. I'm excited for the Chinese teams, right? Like after what we saw happen to them at EWC, seeing the turnaround, obviously being back in Shanghai going to help out a lot with that, but you still got to produce when the rubber hits the road, and they found a way to do that yesterday. So we'll see if they continue that upward trajectory.
I agree with that. I think the 4AM, Petrichor having a great second half of the day. 4AM putting up some numbers. Both teams that didn't even make it to the finals at EWC and got knocked out pretty early on. In fact, the truth is the best Chinese team at EWC, Gibson, is now one of the underperforming Chinese teams, who don't count Tyloo, behind the teams that got eliminated. So it's been this sort of really back and forth. And I think part of that might be, Petrichor, 4AM sort of stabilizing rosters after their heavy hitters step back and become owners.
I feel though, like with Chinese teams, when it comes to playing outside of China, you can put them all, throw them in the air, and someone, it's just so random as to how many teams are going to perform and how many aren't. Like, I feel like they're one of the regions that perform best at home compared to away. So, yeah, Tyloo's been fine, but there's just something about Chinese teams when they play in China. They're up a better. Like I think you pointed out yesterday, some of these guys are going home to sleep in their own beds, in their own homes. Yeah. They know the stage. Like, there's something to be said about comfort.
Yeah, you gotta wonder if it's just comfort or if other teams need to maybe inspect what it is that these guys are doing to be so much better, because it just seems like the food, the culture, the ability to be close to home does make it better. And you kind of also wonder then, is that why a Western team took the win at EWC? We interviewed the players there, Poro, and a lot of them were like, hey man, it is really good to be playing in a Western city again. Like, the food makes sense, the time frames make sense, this is way more comfortable for us. How do you you've coached before. I remember you were the coach of the Intrepid Rumblers back in the day. What do you do to make a team comfortable when they're traveling outside of their comfort zone?
Well, first of all, you got to make sure they listen to what you say, which is not always. But no, I mean, there's definitely an argument to be made. But I mean, I don't want to take anything away from this. Is obviously none of us taking anything away from the VP performance at EWC. Like, it was a fantastic run for them. But yeah, it's tough. But we are getting ready to go into Game 1 Toffees. Are you excited?
I am gassed up. This is the first game of the day. We're dropping in the grassy pastures, and we're doing it with a duo that you have known since the days of the days of PUBG Online. It's the OGs themselves, Maddie and Porosaurus.
Woo! That's an old throwback, PUBG Online days, Poro. I suddenly need
I
a
miss
cane.
it sometimes. We're not ducking the unk accusations, but I don't think we're trying to. I don't think we're trying to.
Duck Juice just owned me like 2 years ago, and I've had time to adjust mentally to the unk energy and just embrace it. I gotta get me some Air Force Ones.
Hurdy Curdy's preferred shoe of Lanimal action. That says something about him, or says something about us. I'm not sure. Either way, we got the start on air goal, so that's fun.
Yep, and looks like most of the distance is starting to come out from the players. It looks like just vehicle setups. Let that one go a little bit. Actually, what are you doing? You know that's never going to work. I've never seen anybody actually hit this.
Uh-oh. No, yes, no, yes, no, yes. Oh, he didn't. They got backup, but the backup just went for the car, didn't get a gun. Okay.
Yeah, no time for it. Should have gone for the gun first. See, now you got to just watch him drive away.
It's a 4 a.m. effect, isn't it?
It's good for T1. That was Heather. That would have been bad to lose Heather that early. I mean, you could have still gone over there, blue chipped, and done something else like that, but that's why we don't see a big commitment. Oh, no. I-26.
Just goes right.
All the times are thrown off now.
Get back, please. Okay. We got this. But yeah, no, I mean, T1, remember, I mean, we've seen T1 at 4 a.m. They committed to fighting it out in Yesnaya before, but it looks like T1 is going to go ahead and give 4 a.m. over to Yesnaya over to 4 a.m. rather. And as a result, they were dropping in Rozhok. So maybe a little bit unfamiliar with how Petrichor decides to drop 4 of those hard spawn vehicles to start things off, knowing that they do loot over there in school apps. So they get away with one there. That's good news for them.
I mean, it's first and second also on the leaderboard coming out of yesterday, doing, I wouldn't say necessarily a fight, but I guess an argument over resources that might continue going forward. That's about the most of it. It's just like one of those, like, you shake your fist in traffic moments. You're not really fighting about anything. It's just like, oh, this guy cut me off and then tried to run me over. But then I was fine. It was fine at the end of the day.
And it happens too. Like, it happens with teams that are very used to each other. Like, we saw Navi and Twisted Minds fighting in Neox Factory racetrack not too long ago. So, and those two teams, I mean, they've been dropping next to each other since the map released. So, not too terribly surprised, but it's good news for T1 that they're able to get out of there relatively unscathed. And we get another hard north shift. We've been seeing a lot of this Severny area lately.
We've been seeing a lot of water on Aragon lately, just in general. I mean, that's probably I'd say 40% of the circle that's going to be water on this one. I do like this section of the map, though, a lot more. Like, when we get Stolber, warehouses, shooting range, there's like a lot of different strong points of interest that you can get over here that lead to some really cool firefights. So I do enjoy it, but I'm starting to get that feel of Miramar Resort. I do agree with you on that. Like, we're seeing it a lot.
I also like the secret room in here. It feels like anytime we get circles up here, it feels like that little secret room comes into play, and it's always fun watching teams try to figure out how to breach that. Like I mean, even when we were doing a listen-in on Falcons yesterday, you heard Gustav was like, "Hey, give me your mollies. I know what the lineup is to hit that to hit the Molotov into that secret room little dip." I don't know if he ever got close enough to try it, but Vitality managed to survive all the way to top 4, so not too bad for them.
I mean, looking into everything that kind of went down yesterday, Vitality is also one of those squads that's looming in the distance. That feels like they can.
About that, man.
I love the squad. It just feels like they're needing a little bit more time. They are definitely one of the newer faces on all of this. A couple of older faces, though, is going to be VP making a push. Really concerted onto the 17 line.
Well, that's unfortunate. It's picked out as 4 a.m. Get finished with their looting a little bit quicker than Petrichor Road was able to, and put themselves in position to camp out. That'll take down 04MB. Hopefully Petrichor not going to lose anybody else in the process. You see Nixie take out Lil Ghost. That's happening all the way just west of Pachinki. And all right, once again, 17, they get that dead center drop location, and they're going to lose another player early on for their trouble.
We had eyes back on the Petrichor Road. Remember, that was a little bit of a slowdown in their looting due to the fist raising around cars, and that might have slowed them down just enough, also falling back behind T1. So 4 Angry Men on the earlier position pays off. A VP, just again with good scouting, good understanding of how squads are going to be moving through the circles. Whenever you start to see similar circles like this enough, squads like VP are going to start trying to scout angles to try to find a player early, try to set a couple of traps. These guys are always going to be thinking of a way to steal another point.
Well, you know, I'm doing my crime scene investigation here, and it looks like 17 got the key to the secret room over there. One person tried to go over there and hit it, and it looked like VP. Either they caught him in mid-rotation, or they expected them to try to go for it, and they stopped down long enough to just say, yeah, you know, let's see if anybody's going for this. And in the end, they end up getting somebody for it. So, you know what? I'll give Virtus Pro the credit and say that they actually decided to stop down and scout it out to see if anybody would go for it. And we'll go with that.
I agree. But one of the things I find very funny is the secretest of rooms. Right now, we still use that term.
Not a secret
because
anymore,
it's kind of how it was. But everybody already kind of knows. It's setting traps around that. I think is a smart call. Is Team Liquid might have their own problems due to that whole VP17 situation, as now they're going to be playing over here next to Everest, and looks like 17 might have the same idea.
Yeah, they're in a split right now, too high, too low, just camping to see if they can catch anybody making rotations through. But 17 going to send one up to the top. That's Wembwa. Actually, is it 1 or 2? No, they got 2 up there. Or no, Wembwa going to go all up there by himself, and they have not figured this out just yet. And there you go, Alo will be able to pick down Wembwa, and now 17, just like that, down to 2 players. That is a horrible way to start off for them.
Games of the Future winner right now, really wishing that they could have seen the future on this game, because it's just gone bad to worse. Now they're going to be rotating right underneath of Team Liquid, who is chasing this. It does look like, I won't necessarily say chasing, at least looks like Kurt is hoping the fact that maybe somebody will turn around back in this direction, or maybe if they do, if 17 stops in crates, that could be a problem. Kurt's falling on one side. Cowboys kind of turning back around, is realizing that there might be an opportunity for 2 more points there.
Yeah, this is just Cowboy eyes in the sky. I mean, they saw the kill feed. They know 17's down to 2. So I think 17 do the right thing right there, sending it into crates, trying to make it basically to the point where it'd just be a pain for Liquid to stick around. But the problem for 17 is that they can stick around here on the edge and wait for 17 to cross. So we'll see what happens. I'm not sure if Team Liquid was able to get the chip off of Wembwa, or if 17 is just going to kind of hover around and maybe go for that later. But it looks like Team Liquid, they're not going to camp it. Instead, they're going to send Cowboy to scout out over by shooting range.
This Twisted Minds Falcons rotation was looking a bit scary. Falcons does play around the Stolber hillside, so they're going to be pretty familiar with this. We see them do secondary drops over there, but DK is actually going to have the high ground onto it. A couple more seconds before we see where the circle is going to pop, and it does go back over into Severny shooting range. I guess almost started to feel home territory for these circles, as the players know exactly where to now go.
Feels like it, doesn't it? Yeah, that whole western side and even just all around shooting range was completely unoccupied. As you see, Virtus Pro, yep, they hit the secret room. But yeah, you got 2 Team Liquid and JDG both crashing on shooting range at the same time right now. Severny is getting a little bit packed. T1 trying to see if they can take a few shots at Myth as they make their way through. But T1 in a good position here, so is Nemesis.
Yeah, and then we've got the wrap up into the north, where it's going to be GK, Twisted Minds, Falcons all up on top of each other. T1 got into position earlier alongside of Nemesis, so they're going to have center control on this side of it. Vitality did go up into Severny, so they're keeping control over there. JDG look like they're going to go far more west, get distance away from everything, while Team Liquid is going to finish out their rotation pretty close to shooting range. There are still a couple of external factors to look at, as 17 is taking shots over at E-Arena, back over next to Georgia Pole, so E-Arena still has a little bit to go. VP, off of going and hitting up that secret room that we were talking about, also going to be a little bit late in rotation. Falcons, now you see GK up in front of you. You saw that rotate, I'm assuming, given the fact that they were up in the higher sections of it. Now how are they going to handle this, is they're going to be gate kept on just about any angle over here.
Yeah, they also got Kickstart in the air, in the glider, so he should be able to spot that out and let him know how close they can get. And it looks like he's going to start sailing down towards the south side to see if there's a better path in. I'm kind of surprised that 17 actually took those shots at E-Arena, to be honest. They're down to 2. And unless you are just dead sure that you can get a knock and a flush there, it kind of seems a little aggressive when you're trying to survive at this point. But looks like they'll get away with it. E-Arena going to come in late as Twisted Minds in the compound looking over towards Full Sense.
I'm curious if 17's hanging out over there long enough to where they can get back, maybe get a blue chip. I don't know, based off of maybe that whole Everest situation. We'll have to see as Falcons continuing to change up their approach into the circle. This one should feel a lot better, given the way that it's now marked out. This will get them down below Twisted Minds and DK positions. It's going to be the more open section of where we see this, I guess, warehousey Badlands section. But,
interesting little map thing we got there on the right there. I haven't seen that before. Shows you exactly what their path was. Do you see that?
Yeah, got it a couple of times.
You get new toys. I like new toys.
Eyes onto the circle. Actually, looks like 17. I don't know if they did get that blue chip or not, but they are going to be coming into the circle down into the southwest. That's going to put them pretty close to Na'Vi, who's another squad. We kind of talked about waiting for pop-off moments or waiting for them to kind of start becoming big again. Na'Vi feels like that. I don't know what's going on with the breaks with them, but it's been a lot more quiet than I'm used to seeing Hackatory be.
Kind of Navi's perpetual state, isn't it? Just waiting for it. But there you go. High, hard shift once again to the west. So shooting range is going to be the plays. We see multiple E-pickups come through. VP, they're going to be in a tough spot, man. They're going to have to go all the way to the coast. No vehicles to play around with. Is GK going to run through? Falcons, it looks like Kickstarter gave them the call to go through right towards the center, and they will stop down. Yeah, it looks like they are going to stop down open field in the divots. Or are they? GK, at least they're going to force GK off to the north, and GK is going to run right into Vitality.
Oh, Vitality holds a line. Quizzy gets 2 off of it. Great play, but there's the counter push. Coming out on the other side of it, Song Jung's going to be the one to find it. GK with 2 players now down. Trying to navigate other side of this, it's going to be VP caught up with JDG. Strong compound, but December 12th is doing such a great job on defense, playing this outer wall. VP's having to retreat from the angle of it. Lukaruk's just trying to hit the shots at range, but it is going to be a Beanie that gets the knock on Cold 119.
That was a bold call by Virtus Pro, and it might have been the best one that they had available to them, considering how far down to the south they were. They had to take this E-puck up all the way to the north. They decided to commit all 4 to the compound crash. Caught JDG in a 2-2 split, but as you said, JDG doing a damn good job of holding the line for the time being. We'll see if they can keep it going as Team Nemesis will get eliminated. The kill feed is just lighting up like a Christmas tree right now, Matcham.
Yeah, Falcons did great on their defense for that one. Smoke's now starting to come down as VP want to get their numbers back up. They're much more clustered together versus what's going on with JD Gaming, so this is going to be just trying to rally numbers, make sure that this firefight works out well. Over the tree. How's the bounce? Oh, no. Okay. Well,
it's actually crazy that Virtus Pro gets away with this. That's really well played by them. And is that one going to bounce? No, it's not bounce enough. But sucks for JDG, man. They had a great 2-2 split on that northern side, but they just were not in position to catch out that E-pickup. And Virtus Pro takes advantage. You just can't give a team this good that much of an opportunity. As I hear a C4. Oh, I hear a C4. Is it in there? Oh, there it is. Oh, we're making cover. I see what we're doing.
Yeah. Remember, Falcons had to jump over to this position after just massacring the squad that came up on top of them. So now flatten out the top just a bit more. Give yourself a little bit of a hidey hole to play from if you want it. This hillside is actually incredibly strong. This is on the other side of what we're looking at because the VP JD Gaming position is at the end of this ridge. So whenever we come to the other side of it, it's essentially just like a giant shark fin that cuts up through this section. Gives you a lot of verticality, but also does mean the fact that you could profile up whenever you peek at the top of the hill, and people can absolutely pop you from range. So that's why Falcons are just digging in a bit more, finding some safeties from, I guess, 3 or 4 teams that might have vision on them.
It's not a bad spot for Falcons at all. As we wait and see where the next circle goes, it's going to still stick on that coastline, and all of a sudden that VPE pickup looking genius as they have the compound dead center circle. They get absolutely blessed here. And Suze, the last player left alive for JDG, as all our teams to the south now going to have to make a way in. You see T1 already hopping in vehicles. Looks like they're going to favor that eastern wrap.
Yeah, we got Myth also. Looks like they're going to try to stop just down below Falcons. 4 Angry Men's going to have to go T1 like you're talking about with the rotate. Severny has the positioning where Vitality as full sense are going to be playing from. Na'Vi very separated out over into the west. They're going to have Arena that's going to be in front of them, but most notably the two players for 17 going to be trying to gatekeep that angle alongside Twisted Minds. So more northern route could be extremely beneficial for them. The squads that are kind of external from the circle right now are starting to realize maybe it's better if we just fight out here before we jump in, and T1 trying to get something out of that as Baron is going to get caught out.
Unfortunate for Myth. They had a big wide split down on this southeastern side. They've got Kiss already inside circle, and they've got two kind of hugging the side of shooting range. And we've seen solos from Myth do dangerous things in the past. Here as Nemesis tries to push into Falcons, but Falcons are ready. They dug that trench, they dug that valley, and they hold strong. That is 3 kills now picked up for Falcons.
That was a nice set on how we kind of got into this situation here. Petrichor Road now just going to be to the east and looking down on 4 Angry Men in their rotate. Team Liquid in a very odd split. I mean, it's safe enough. Alo's going to be up in front as he's kind of down. Problem with it is it's right on the edge of the zone, and 4 Angry Men are right next to you. You have to feel like this little bunker is not going to do you too well for too much longer, though.
I think they're in survival mode right now. They know they got Twisted to their west. They know they got 4 AM to their east. T1 going to continue to make their push through. 4 AM, fortunately, for Liquid is kind of preoccupied with Myth right now and taking shots over towards T1, but T1's going to take a nice little spot here. This is that first spot that Falcons went to before they went to that hillside location. Oh, T1 going to lose E-end in the middle of the road. Yeah, he's not going to get picked up. Nice work by Shrimsy to steal that one away. As T1 now keep 3 alive in the divot. They're not inside zone, though.
Yeah, it's just too hard to make this rotate. 17's duo still just trying to hold back E-Arena. I think a couple of mortars going Navi side could also be to see if they could have set up like maybe a position to stop at. I think that this is more eyes into the circle. Could be going after 17, but I don't know. No options. They've just got to roam. They're just going to have to send it right over here, and that's just going to be a crossfire. There's just nowhere to really go into this. You gotta get popped to multiple sides. 4 Angry Men, T1 on one side of it. Even if you made it further in, Petrichor Road is gonna be ahead. Poor old Jacob. And he doesn't even have tires. Why is it going so fast? Finally, he managed to get some cover, and he's inside the circle. I guess blessings.
Yeeted down the hill. Yeah, 4 AM. This is rough for them. They lose 1 to Cowboy as they try to make their way across the road, and now they know that Team Liquid is looking at them. Twisted is looking at them. Nice shift to the north. Again, Virtus Pro. A high risk, high reward play pays off for them as they get a little bit of circle luck here now to go along with winning that compound from JDG earlier on. Navi also in a beautiful position up there on the north side. We'll see if anybody decides to wrap over in that direction at any time. But yeah, Severny's about to pop off here, Matt.
Yeah, it's already been kind of going. Vitality getting the bad end of what's going on with Full Sense right now. Just 1 left up, and Hello My Bad looks like they already know exactly where he's going to be. All she wrote coming up from Made in Thailand is, Hello My Bad realizing, okay, they know where I am. It's time to just go. As the solo, he can kind of run up next to that coastline to find some form of safety over there. 4 Angry Men also going to be kind of roaming back behind Team Liquid. This is the firefight that's just got to happen. I don't see a way to get away from it. There's just too many people. Falcons not even inside the circle on their hillside. Twisted Minds can't really get out at this point. Petrichor Road can kind of, but it doesn't feel good. But mostly it's going to be about Team Liquid just not even having any vision and walking up and getting popped in the face.
Yeah, this is just free farm for Twisted at this point, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, they can just get 4 AM, they can get Liquid, they get everything. Really, really well played there by Twisted as Cowboy. Looks like he might just be going for the res here on Luke to deny the point, maybe, or yeah, he's getting heals. He knows that it's just going to be a point donated over the blue instead of over to Twisted, as they now have control over the south. They can make their way in unless Falcons gets to be a problem, but Falcons is dealing with T1.
I mean, just good nades on both sides to pop them, and here's that third party coming in. Falcons' positioning is great, but if there's any opportunities, people are going to try to take it away. Cars just flying away from them. Petrichor Road also looks like they were trying to come up the hillside, but they start getting harassed at range. Falcons now also looking back down on top of them. Shrimsy, last one up, trying to continue down, see if he can get anything else out of everything going on over here, but there's going to be the push coming up from T1 at any given moment. Twisted on the other side of it, also moving into position. 17 taking shots at range, kind of forcing a lot of the hand as Falcons are going to go down. Just too many teams, too many angles to try to defend.
Try to play King of the Hill, but unfortunately, we're getting pressed from every single side. They end up going down in the end. Now T1 trying to reset. They're going to focus over on Petrichor Road, get that knock on 04MB. Looks like Petrichor now down to just 1. So let's try to go for the res, but Type is down now. Raining is eating blue zone damage as well, taking shots in the back from Liquid, and Liquid actually going to take one away as Cowboy will steal another point before going down.
With my last breath, I stab at thee kind of moment. Petrichor Road now going to get back up to where we saw Falcons playing from a moment ago. Twisted going to be just down below them. All the squads that were playing the numbers to play away from the coast and where those circles usually go to shooting range, just getting ripped apart as Petrichor Road now going to have to deal with Twisted on the outside of the circle. Full Sense coming into the east, going to be far more comfortable. Our duo for 17 still alive, but it looks like Navi is going to have to be the ones to deal with VP, most likely.
That's who I'm most interested in right now. VP, obviously, they're just going to stay in their compound. They have no reason to leave. But Navi, 4 strong over there on that western side. They've got decisions to make. It looks like they're going to send it down, as you said, over towards 17. Meanwhile, Twisted still trying to deal with this issue up at the top. Chewy going to find Perfectix, and now Blue has to play that low side. Getting shot in the back, though, from 17, so they can't stick around.
This has turned into a pretty decent rally game from 17 so far. Twisted finding multiple kills, but they're just going to be kind of caught out. Petrichor Road is going to get eliminated. The Full Sense push comes in from the east, and now they're going to go up into the Falcons' high ground position, find a couple of free kills that they're going to try and take up. I'm starting to feel that this spot is cursed, though. Everybody that gets up here just instantly dies after they touch it.
It really does. Well, Navi now, oh, there you go. Hakatori will find Xiaowu. Is Tian now the last player left alive for 17, but it's really, really tough to dig these guys out. A nice shot from Tian will take down Hakatori. And now Navi is down to 2. They've got to get rid of this guy. And look, Virtus Pro, they know it. They're immediately sending 3 outside of the compound to try to capitalize.
I mean, but it's Tian. He is just wrecking faces right now. It's just a VP littered all over the ground in front of him, and he's just walking forward, making sure to pick up every little bit of piece of that litter. Navi going to go to the northern coast. This is full damage control. This is we're not even going to try to do anything else in this game except for try to survive. JDG had a similar idea, but Full Sense now getting control over that cursed hillside means that it's mostly just them and VP with anything left to play for.
That is so tough for Navi, right? Like, they were 4 strong, and they knew that 17 was down there and that they were weak, but they could not get rid of them quickly. And a lot of that is just great individual play on the part of Tian. But you know, at the end of the day, you look at this spot where Navi Ferris is hiding, and that could have been a full Navi squad playing on that ridge line. Had they not decided to go for 17, but you got to go for that. This is the situation that we're in, that the lobby presents you with. When you need as many points as you can, as quickly as you can, you've got to try to go for those fights when you have it. Unfortunately for Navi, this time it doesn't work out.
I mean, we're looking at 2 different squads that came in from totally different stories, right? A very weakened 17 right off of the start, somehow finding more and more survival points in later stages, finding kills. VP, the circle abandons them early, so they make that big desperate emergency pickup that you talked about, dropping right on top of JDG and getting themselves a great position. Meanwhile, poor old JDG, 1 player up. This was their home, and it was just taken from them. Now they at least have 1 in the center of the circle, but it felt like everything could have been theirs.
That sucks, doesn't it? You hate to see that, especially when you knew. I mean, they did everything right. They were in a tight 2-2 split. They just
except for winning the fight.
Well, they just didn't see. I don't know if they didn't see it, or they didn't call it right, or they weren't expecting it, or what happened. But that Virtus Pro pickup, they just were not ready for it. And you want to give credit to Full Sense too. Like, they've been playing out of Severny. They showed a boatload of patience. And they ate blue zone damage. They waited for Petrichor. They waited for T1. They waited for Falcons. Thanadol just going to put Tian on a poster, as they are now up to 7 kills. And they still have that high ground. But Virtus Pro have the compound. You got to feel like they're in the driver's seat.
Oh, Ferris, you do not want to try to get into this circle. You just want to keep that ridge line. Move more east. Don't go up next to that road. It's going to be really, really bad, because Thanadol's feeling himself right now on top of this hill. And if I was Full Sense, I'd be feeling it too. Circle does kind of abandon it. So, I mean, Thanadol's going to have to move in down this hillside, and he's trying to put in the work while he's got it. I mean, he's just popping that window, trying to see if he can burn down any armor and meds. Yep, this is all Ferris can do. He's like, no, I don't want to deal with that. Nope, you can have it. All's good.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, so Thanadol going to empty the chamber, trying to get somebody as they're peeking. Doesn't get that one. Suze, well, this has been Suze's game. There you go. You keep sending rounds down. Eventually, you're going to get the knock as he finds Nixie, and that should be actually getting him rezzed again. But as you said, it's damage to armor. It's damage to helmets. It's causing problems for VP right now, slowing them down, taking them off their pace.
Is Rushy's job right now with the pickaxe just to dig a new hole so that way the bolty shots can keep raining right down into that building? I don't know. It looks like it's just kind of set up on the perfect angle for you still to be able to get a couple of pot shots back into it. We'll have to see. Is now we've got the couple of solos just kind of living their life as we got phase number 7, 24 more seconds before we move into phase number 8 and kind of get an idea on how this is all going to lay down at the end of it. So, I mean, the only thing about it is both squads have a solo next to them that could cause a problem.
Hey, I'm actually amazed that Full Sense hasn't been able to spot this guy for JDG yet. I mean, you can see on the X-ray, like he is just pushed right up against the wall of that divot that he's in. So they just don't have the angle on him yet. But don't be casual with this, Full Sense. You're in not a terrible position right here. If you get stabbed in the back by a snake, that could be brutal.
The mortar explosions and like the dug up holes though, they actually do have roughly the same texture as these level 2 helmets. A lot of players have been talking about it. It makes it a little bit harder, specifically whenever you're in TPP, if you kind of line up right as the helmet just kind of blends in. The camouflage actually works. You know, like, because sometimes the level 2 helmets on Erangel with all the green grass, it doesn't all pop up the same. But if you look at the texturing on how those craters kind of lay out, it's made it a lot harder to kind of catch a vision of players if they're not moving.
That shift right there may have doomed VP. It's really going to be a question of how much utility they have. Like, remember, they picked up all the way in. They won the fight with JDG, but then it hasn't really been a whole lot of loot picked up since then. So we'll see how much utility, how much smoke they still have here towards the end. Is Full Sense. I mean, look at this wide split they have right now. They're looking pretty decent, and Russia doesn't even have to deal with JDG right now.
Yeah, I was afraid. I was like, they have to have some idea. What's going on with all these ghost-rided whips, man? They're just going, and Theorist, hey, you're about to have a car if you want it. It might go into the ocean, but you never know. That odd positioning coming out and the thing with the car actually opened up a pathing for VP to come into this pretty clean.
That feels so bad losing that, doesn't it? Like he had cover, he had everything, and he just watches it roll down the hill. Well, looks like VP has enough smokes at least. I mean, this is good utility discipline on their part. They get out of the compound, only one smoke used, and Beamy will take that opportunity to dig themselves a little bit of a hole to play around here on the edge. And now it is down to the final circle. They've got JDG right on their doorstep. Susan. Okay, Thanadol. 6 kills now.
Keep doing it. Keep doing it. I want them all. All right, VP, problem. You still have a JD Gaming player next to you, and this is the fight that's kind of started it all. I'm willing to bet that this JD player, they know he's there, but he wants vengeance back. If he could get a knock or maybe even 2, he could really try to ruin VP's day. But actually, it's going to be Rushy that spots it on the other side of it. Belmont's going to be over there more to the north, so this is going to be really nice contained angles. But I mean, the VP boys, these guys can just unload once they spot out anybody.
Yeah, that's really nice work by Beamy taking him down. Suze going to find Luca Rux, though, too. So that JDG thorn in the side going to cause the problems for Virtus Pro. And now Rushy will try to take the shots over there. Luca Rux, they're going to go for the res on the Luca Rux. That is bold. It looks like they might be able to get away with it. Rushy, though, look at how much damage he is causing, and he's managing to stay alive and create problems here. VP do get the res, but they haven't been able to fully heal yet. And Thanadol going to take that opportunity to get position.
Just runs forward, the crate providing some cover. Lucarux gets the knock on a one. Thanadol gets the counter knock on it. He's just up in their face. Explosions popping around him. They know where he's at. He's going to go down. It's just Belmoth over at the tree. 1v1. Peeking back between the two of them. How are we going to see? This is bad. Right up against the blue zone. It's going to be so problematic. Full Sin's going to be walking right into Nixie's positioning. Can he get the shots? Of course he can. VP take the first game of the day.
That's beautiful work by Virtus Pro. Great patience shown and great utility management, making sure that they were able to leave the compound at the end and put themselves in a good position despite almost getting bit in the back by Rushy. Rushy did a great job there for Full Sense. But in the end, Suze, despite being the thorn in the side for Virtus Pro able to surmount the odds and pull out that win. Fantastic work for them.
I mean, we went full up onto the coast in the north and crazy things to look at in that last game. Let's bring back in Toffees and Gibson. Toffees, man, that was one of the most northern circles I think we've seen in a hot minute.
Game 1 of the winner's bracket, Northern Circle. The Polar Bears have to come all the way out of the south. EWC champions, Nixie, the MVP of a world championship, reminds us just why. VP was hot, and I'm going to be honest, guys. I was reading chat during that game, and I saw Avenger in there saying, this is not a good E-pickup circle for VP. You got to have cars. This is a really risky play. And it was. But poor old man, did it work out.
I mean, sometimes you get lucky. I mean, great circle shifts for Virtus Pro there towards the end. I mean, everything just fell right on top of their compound. So fantastic luck for them to go along with the fantastic work in taking that compound even in the first place from JDG.
Yeah,
but then, I mean, at the end game, that's where all the talent just came out, and you saw exactly what that team is capable of. That was great stuff from VP.
That was incredible. All right, also, okay, so a couple things here. We got to talk about what I'm going to dub this the Hollywood Hills, where Falcons was sitting, because every single observer shot was cinematic, bro. Like, the explosion on Petrichor when they try to push, the cars getting knocked backwards. I think T1 coming up on top for the battle. Like, this hill was everything. The amount of bodies that were left buried under it was shocking, Gibson.
Yeah, it was. Falcons at one point even tried to use a C4 to create some cover, but all it did was create a valley from one side to the other. But you got to give them credit. Like, they got a bunch of points, 6 from holding that spot. Then we saw the push from Twisted Minds, the push, obviously, from Full Sense. And honestly, Full Sense, at the end of that game, they tried to win by running out from behind the tree. If it was grand finals, they'd probably deny in this situation. But can we just take a second to appreciate Thanadol with the M24? Did you see how many headshots that guy was hitting?
Right? I know they call him Thanadull, but we should change it to Thana Sharp Shot, because that guy was out of control. It really was, though. I haven't seen a bolt action used that well since the days of Baja Waka back in the revival period. So that was exciting. Love to see an M24 in play. And they really, I thought, almost pulled it off there at the end for VP having such a good spot, managing to come out. I was impressed with both of those teams as they went to the end game, Poor Source.
Yeah, I mean, look, they were all smiles and laughing after that one, but I can guarantee you they're feeling a little bit mad about it. They were in a really good position to kind of do, I mean, the work that Rushy did for them from that flanking angle, and then also getting the help from Suze, and then at the end they just weren't able to capitalize. Like, that sucks. Like, they probably could have won that game, but at the end of the day, they still got 16 points. So no harm, no foul. And Thanadol obviously feeling it with the bolty. But this is not something you want if you're the rest of the lobby, is Virtus Pro to start that snowball rolling.
That's true. Standing champions, standing EWC champions, going head-to-head in the final round of that match with the standing world champions matchup is a storyline you want to write, right? Like, if there was a journey, if I could sell a journey to PGC, it would be these two teams continue to thrive so that they can face off when they come together at the end of the year.
I'll take the fact that I think that most of the lobby would actually be pretty fine with VP taking this. VP falls into one of the categories that I think that most people are expecting to qualify into the top 8. So them taking a victory early is actually pretty okay if you think about it. When we're looking at only 5 games on the day, there's going to be a couple of teams that you're going to expect just due to consistency to find something. And VP is going to be one of them. So now instead of having somebody like, I don't know, let's just say like T1 or T1's probably, you know what I'm saying? Like some random outlier team getting a big come up and now you're having to compete with them. So a known commodity that you already figured was going to qualify manages to get it. Full Sense on the other side of that, of course, man of the match, 7 kills, Thanadol, gotta love to see it.
Very much so. I mean, it's good to see Full Sense putting up some numbers again. Thanadol playing very, very well with that bolt, but also that push-up Gibson at the very end to get into the smoke to sort of try to rotate around Suze. It was really good, proactive work.
Yeah, we were having the question with each other, like whether they would push Suze or whether they would wrap down and play the trees. You were kind of on the line and thought maybe they should have pushed Suze, but they played it really well. If they were able to get the second knock by the crate, they win that game nice and easy. But I think the circle just kept blessing VP, and they took the win in the end. But game number 1, you said it, your EWC champions beating your world champions for the first game, and there's a reason why VP have just been so consistent for the last year.
And I think that reason a lot rests on the shoulders of Nixie. Cut loose with Kirexi joining the team. His ability to frag has been insurmountable. So we talked about Thanos Sharpshot. We talked about the Hollywood Hills. We talked about VP in their E-pickup. Let's talk for 1 second, Poro, about Tianchan and how good he looked against Na'Vi.
I mean, for being a salvage game from pretty much the jump, things went pretty damn good for 17 there, and it's all because of Tianchan, as he said. Like, I think Navi's going to be kicking themselves about that one. Like, they have a really tough decision where they had the entire northwest side to themselves, but they knew they had a weakened 17 down there. They thought that they could go down there, just brute force it, take those guys out. But in the end, Tianchan, just individual play, kept 17 alive and pretty much ruined Navi's game.
Why are we getting a Hakatori 1-kill stat line versus Nixie, who just managed to
he still did 300 damage and lived for a long time. But yes, they keep doing teams dirty by comparing them to VP. It's like the second time we've seen it.
Let's compare it to Tyloo. Why not?
I mean, why not Nixie versus Thanadol, right? Like, what are we doing here?
No, I like VP versus Tyler. Let's see how that one goes. Okay. I think the point is the Bears are absolutely dominating right now, and we're not shocked by that as they come into winner's bracket playing very, very well. But it sounds like game number 2 is about to get underway as we head to the Dusty Dunes for 2 of 5. If it's time to move, that time to move is now, because in just a few hours, it's going to be the top 8 teams that advance to the grand final and the bottom 8 that have to make a statement and survive and thrive in a bracket that will not be friendly tomorrow. Gibson, this is, I think you guys have a phrase, moving day. This is moving game.
Yeah, moving day is the good old phrase in golf when you get to kind of the day before the final day. But this is a map now, the second one where some teams are going to start to really get themselves in a position where they're playing at the weekend. Look, VP, what would you say? 10 points for the rest of the 4 maps would probably see them comfortably, or not comfortably, but to see them into the weekend. But some teams have got to get their day going now.
Right, you gotta say, listen, the good news is polar bears, they don't love the desert, so maybe there's a chance you catch them off guard and you close that gap, because at the end of the day, sure, the top 8 is what matters, but having that confidence, the bragging rights to go into the final day in that top 3, top 4 position, knowing that you're someone to beat, I think is indescribable in terms of how you get your team prepped up. Every coach would say, as much as I hate being in the front because everyone's watching me, having that confidence on the guys is always valuable. That circle is going to go super low, and I feel like we're going to have a lot of focus on Los Leones for the next 20 or 30 minutes here.
Yeah, I think actually when you look back 12 months ago, right, Scoom was still the coach, and I think they brought Ibby in to assist him, and they made that tough decision to switch from Scoom to Ibby, and it looks like the team has just gone from strength to strength off the back of it. And I think that's just because Ibby, the style of play that he had as a player and kind of being able to give his insights to the team, I think it's worked out really well for them. But the other team that I think's had a real glow up since they got rid of GodV, I know you want me to say mean things about GodV, but since they got rid of him, T1 have had a bit of a glow up of their own.
I don't want you to do anything. I don't think we have to say mean things about GodV. I just think that watching his play over the last year, I mean, he's old school, right? And he was great in his time in his place, and he still is. But I think you come to these tournaments, and it felt like he was coming for the tournaments, and there was a discomfort to the team synergy because of that. I like what they're doing now. They're putting up some bigger numbers. It was a big disappointment in EWC, but hopefully they continue to turn that back around as the roster has sort of found its foot. And again, on VP, I think that this is one of the most mature things that I've seen in the modern PUBG landscape. The fact that they went to Ibiza and they said, we have a chance to buy out Kirexi. We have a chance to really make this team sing. Do you think that's the right play? And he said, yes, it is. I'm going to move to coach because I believe I have the vision, not because I see over everyone's head, but because I understand this game, to help lead this team and help them understand the system together. And they have been incredible because of that. So even add to that the support of Mohamed and the management group behind them, like these guys have been really unstoppable.
I've always said if you need a win, get a fin, and that's exactly what they were able to do. At this moment in time, though, you can see there's some meds available, but Nemesis is dead. He's a little isolated now. Lucarux is pretty close by, keeping an eye on what he is going to do. The rest of Nemesis, quite far away, a little bit off further to the south with the rest of VP inside of Los Leones. If Stead can get a knock onto Lucarux to survive that a little bit longer, I wouldn't be surprised to see the rest of the team coming to help, but I think he doesn't even know he's there, so he's getting ready to bug out.
Yep. Time to just move on. All right, so this Miramar, what are the challenges that you associate as, hold on, you're right. Lucarux sees him, goes for that move. He's iron sighting with this AK. There's nothing he can, State is in trouble, yeah?
Yeah,
Luca's ballsy.
Look, I'd take those shots. I wouldn't hit them like he did, but I'd take them, and now here comes Beamy as well. This is bad news for Stead. Nade toss deep. They know that he's not going to be with that door. He's by the other one. Can Stead hold his own in this? Melman and Defix, though. The cavalry is joining in. Corexi's going to get one, but are Nemesis going to stick to the fight, or are they going to bail? They're bailing. This is what I talk about. If Stead gets one knock there, that is a full collapse by Nemesis. But if Stead falls, you turn tail, you go back to where you were.
All right, looks like Nemesis deciding, do you come in? Do you back everyone out? Let's see. Nemesis in a pretty good spot here on the south. Good location, surrounded on all sides. E-Arena making a really, really long rotation, man.
Yeah, E-Arena, though, I think they've made the right decision. Again, you look at the flight path, you look at where they dropped, make your way down that southern coast, and then maybe backfill in towards Resort and kind of set your map up for success from there. Over on the other side of the map, like Liquid, they're making their way down from Monte Nuevo. They'll probably go by Valle del Mar and push in on the southern coast on the western side. Everyone else, though, like, one of the things about Falcons, usually we know they drop in Picado when they play in the Americas. They're not able to get those drops internationally. One thing we always give them credit for, Toffees, was how quickly they loot and then move. It just feels like whenever they're not dropping in Pachinki Picado, they're a little bit slower as to how quickly they begin their rotations.
Sorry, having some trouble with the sound here as we check in on Full Sense. Nice little spot in the middle of the map. Twisted Minds on the outside. Long rotations coming. I think Geekay, Falcons, all going to have a really hard time getting into this circle and finding real estate on the next shrink.
Yeah, Full Sense, obviously off the back of that second place in game number 1. 16 points on the board already for them. It's a nice little tally as they'll just start making some noise by that Smoking Aces compound. There's an old name for you if you remember from back in the day, but basically they're playing the split. 2 players in Smoking Aces, which is enough to hold it. The rest of the team playing a little bit further south, holding 2 compounds, and whenever phase 2 closes in 2 minutes time, they'll make a decision whether they want to go Smoking Aces or whether one of the other compounds is better fit for success.
Na'Vi, man, Hakatori has been so freaking good, though. To be honest, I just feel like Na'Vi, especially Hakatori, while still incredible as a player, I'm not judging his mechanical skill at all. It seems like he just hasn't been as sharp in the last couple of months here. I don't know if it's because their positioning or the way that they're sort of integrating Boostic has pulled Hakatori off the front line a little bit, but I feel like we don't see as many. We do see a ton, but as many hero plays out of him these days.
Yeah, Hakatori, but again, I think it's just the perspective, right? Some of the biggest moments from Hakatori came when he was able to get hyper aggressive, but it's a lot harder to play that way now when sometimes the defensive player has the benefit of being able to peek first and fire first. So I think that Hakatori has struggled a little bit with that. But there's still a reason why so many players out there will tell you that Hakatori is just a demon.
He is. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's one of those, when I hear people talk about skill, because there's that GOAT argument that we're constantly hearing, and they're like, is it about skill or is it about achievement, right? And that's they have like Example and Hakatori are the 2 names that I consistently hear. I think in chat, if you guys were to write who your GOAT is, and we said it was based truly on just the skill ceiling that you've seen, I think Hakatori is up there as often as anybody else in that conversation for one of the greatest mechanical players in the history of PUBG. And the fact that he's having that argument and his people are like taking that position this early in his career is what blows my mind, Gibson.
Yeah, 100%. And I still think that there's more to come. So keep an eye on what Na'Vi are able to do over the next few months, and especially the young demon that is Hakatori. Circle, though, Toffee's getting ready to close. Like, most of the teams have made their way in now, except for Falcons, who are still rotating over from that our side of the map by Brickyard, but there's just so much space to work with everybody in already.
Not too bad. Everybody coming in. Team Liquid on the out. Team Liquid cannot catch a circle to save their lives. Panadol, who's been the king of the headshot, this time goes with the exact opposite as he grabs out the M249. Accuracy through volume. And none of those are going to be accurate at this point. He switches back.
Just volume through volume there, I think, was what really happened from Full Sense. As we see Cole get a knock onto Heather. Great one from afar. We'll flush that one out. JDG getting a point off the board. And I'm going to give them credit, right? Susie got third place in that last map after seeing his team wiped by VP. But JDG were one of the more positive surprises, I thought, from yesterday, right? As we have a look at what's going on inside of Los Leones.
Yeah, they were a positive surprise. I mean, even Suze pulling off an incredible amount of point save was impressive yesterday. But here we go. 4AM tries to show up, or 4AM already locked down. Navi jumps out of the building, tries to take the fight, and Navi's out. This is what we're talking about. I feel like in the last months, we've just not seen them syncing up with these mid-game survivals. It's not even like transitions. It's just living.
Yeah, we definitely need to stop bigging up teams. The minute we big up a team, they end up getting annihilated. Nice shot from Nans as Batulins is going to fall. He'll toss that nade on over as JD, we spoke about them impressing us a little bit earlier, look to add another one to the tally. First nade's not going to get the flush. Second one should. They're going to abandon Batulins. It looks like, actually no, he's pulling up on that ridgeline to take the fight. Twisted Minds look like they're about to engage here with JDG.
Yeah, I'm a little worried because we talked up Navi, and now look at them, and then we just said, oh, JDG did some good stuff yesterday, and now they got to face off against none other than the Twisted Minds. The good news for them is they are going to, Batulin is down, and I don't think he's resable, so now they do have the 3 advantage, 4v3 against them, but I think at the end of the day, once you lose Batu, you just leave, right? Like, there's no way Twisted Minds can justify pushing this for no real benefit.
No, they'll fall back to example in Lou now. Perfectix again, it was a case of fishing to see if he could maybe get a knock or a res. He'll pick up the blue chip instead, and they'll fall back. And there are a couple of blue chips nearby, and teams aren't afraid to go into the blue for a little bit to bring back a player like Batu. So, you know what? If you get lose at Batu, I think this is best case scenario. You get the chip, you fall back, you've still got a compound with great views around the circle.
Oh, keep that head down. They say we protect our own. And Nans is still trying to do a little bit of work, but a great protection run to go out on saving Private Batu. It's actually, you're right, it makes him stronger. Not only is he now free to do a little map checking and plot out their next couple of moves, then he comes back on an e-pickup or whatever you call the return plane and gets a chance to survey the entire battlefield. So really, if there's a superpower you want to give Batulin, it's the die mid game and bring him back.
Yeah, why not? Pero, they've got themselves right next door to Vitality. Honestly, my teammates say the same about me, but it's not about me coming back. It's just the best thing that could happen is if I go down early and leave the blue chip where it's lying. This will be Batu coming back in, though, as we get that shift. And look at T1. They've sent it direct to circle.
Oh, they are going to push back in the circle. Twisted Minds bringing people in, and Falcons trying to figure out where they move in this circle. They're getting contested by 17 and wrapped around on Myth. Let's actually check in with their comms and see what they're planning to do here as the shift is not working in their favor.
I need to leave from me. I'm getting drive-byed. Someone hold above me, please. There's some freak drive-bying me.
Yeah, he pulled up above.
I need to smoke our cars, Tig.
Yeah, you do.
Guys leaving. Snaker's bolting.
You can move like Teddy. He goes up Teddy, I'm holding this guy. He's bothering me. Someone else bothering this guy. Yep.
Tig, I'm stopping in your smoke.
Yep.
I don't know who this guy's shooting at.
Guys.
Yeah. Let's just try and chill for now so this North team is away, and then we have a good, decent...
You know, it was less chaotic than yesterday. Felt like everybody was communicating cleanly. They were surrounded on 3 sides, so they stayed calm and collected. Respect it.
I'd say maybe if things were a little bit different, we would get the increase in tempo, but they've made themselves into the north side of the circle, just to the west of Los Leones. They've got a ridge line that they can play. Obviously, they were talking about shots coming in from afar, but I think they're pretty happy with just kind of pausing and waiting to see what happens. 4AM, on the other hand, outside the circle, looks like they know that Pero are here, Toffees, and they're trying to wrap in behind them.
I like it. Sneaky from the 4AM boys as they come in. They got a long way ahead as they push up. Petrichor in a pretty decent spot, though both of these teams now on the edge of the zone has just moved away from Los Leones. You can't keep yourself buried in here. Both of them going to have trouble on their next transition. Meanwhile, we jump over to take a look at the replay. This is what we saw with Navi versus 4AM earlier, and Shen just dismantled on the outside. Nicely worked. Nice work, man.
The teams that learned yesterday, don't push Shen inside buildings. The guy is nuts. We saw him was it a... Go ahead.
Well, we questioned the Hackatory jump down, but the fact is I think he got information from his team that Shen was down to minimum 10, 15 HP, and he was going to try to make that move. So good on Shen for getting that pivot and making the move when it mattered. Out of the car, Scappy with the burn down.
Yeah, Perfectix sacrificing himself to bring Batulins back into the fray. Cowboy has got the angle from afar, but doesn't really have the angle, so he's going to reposition himself to maybe create something that actually looks like, yeah, he's going to reposition himself, get himself another angle onto the fight, but I think it's just going to be too slow. They will get Scappy back up on their feet, and Scappy is bolting before he can even start putting a first aid on.
Yep. Getting straight to work. Liquid's just going to go ahead and expand and hold that hillside, make sure that they are prepared for whatever the next rotation brings. Meanwhile, up here we got Tian, who was a breath of fresh air in the last game, opening up on the Falcons as they try to go through a transition. But now the Falcons are coming. The call's coming from inside the house, boys. You got to turn around and play defense now.
Yeah, there's not a single shot landed on the Tailton there from Tian. That's bad news. Kickstarting the BRDM will feed information on what the rest of 17 Gaming are doing, but there's just something about these two teams fighting that make me feel like this is international PUBG. Nade toss deep up towards Xiaowu, but the first one only finds 40 damage, 11 in return back the other way, but they need to deal with Tian. Can they clear the solo player from up on top of the stairs while the information is still being fed? Tiggleton, he steps out. Wenbo does a ton of damage, and the nade, if it bounces perfectly off the door, should be good enough, but no, doesn't bounce far enough. Second one does.
Second one does. Tig says, I found Wembo, but they got to be careful because they're still stuck down here with Tian, who's hiding up there at the top. You got to clear him out. They've been waiting way too long because they don't know if it's a 2-2 or if it's a 1-3 here. Oof, they're getting dismantled. Oh, no.
They're just taking too many risks. Like, Kickstart's up here. He should be feeding the information that teams are on this position. Tiggleton dealt with. Gustav down. Tian only has Shrimsy to deal with inside now as well. And the question is, like, what does Kickstart even do? Does he wait to see if Shrimsy can get the knock on the Tian and maybe re-engage on the fight? Or does he just get out of dodge and try to get the placement points on the board? Gustav will be dealt with now, and I feel like for Shrimsy, back yourself, man. You're one of the best in the business. Take on the fight with Tian before the rest of 17 get in, and I think it's just too late.
Just too little, too late. Nice push there by Xiaowu. Does a little bit of work. Gets him knocked down. Joe gonna go up to the high ground. Man, Kickstart just off in the distance with the BRDM. How sad. What a great start to that fight that just did not work out. And now the spot you were going to is occupied by JDG.
Yeah, he's going to get out, maybe to try toss some nades in here, maybe clear this position, but JDG look like they're going to reposition themselves for this fight. That BRDM starting to smoke at the other end, meaning it doesn't have too much life left, and either does Kick. He falls. They will see the end of both Myth and Falcons. But again, like when Tian missed all those shots on Tig, the door was wide open, and they just didn't really try clear one player at a time. They tried to take on everybody all at once, and that's just not the way to find success.
Man, VP and Nixie hanging out down here in the low ground. 4 still alive for the teams that has been so dominating, and also not just 4 alive, 4 alive in the middle. Nemesis gonna have to face off against them here in just a minute. Diffx looking good. Melman with the bolts. We've seen a lot of bolts today, Gibson.
I like it. I'm a big fan. Like,
yeah,
there's nothing that hits harder than seeing a headshot with a bolty and seeing somebody fall. And I think that, again, it only works, I think, if you've got somebody following up with a DMR, because you know as well as I do, like, you bolt somebody in the head, they fall down behind a dip, or they fall in the open, and sometimes you just don't have the time to get that second shot off to confirm the kill.
I agree. Unless it's a Lynx, and then it's the best thing in the world. You don't see enough Lynx P90 players at the same time.
That's a good thing. That is,
right?
You're saying that like that's a bad thing. Don't put that evil on anybody in the lobby, Toffees.
You're right. And why would you need that? You just put a red dot on the links in the end game anyway. All right, so the circle looking rough on the shift. VP going to be stoked about it. However, Nemesis no longer has to force the fight with VP. They can live uncomfortably near each other. As we jump over to Twisted Mind's example, the last survivor hoping for the heals, trying to just get into the placement points, I suppose, as he continues to run forward. This feels like a familiar strategy. This is one that you and I can execute at home in our casual games. Learn from this. Survival.
I feel like it's usually Batu we see doing that on the other end, though.
I just like that now when I play today, I can be like, I play like example.
Yeah. Learned this from Beamy. This is some people learn how to bolt from Beamy. I learned how to res inside, or how to heal myself inside the blue.
The Bloomy era.
Yeah. JDG, though, they're fronting up with 17. Maybe they can do something Falcons weren't able to do. Xiao Wu takes a ton of damage, but manages to stay alive and inside the fight. T1 wrapping their way across, having lost reigning at the whole hands of Cold, as JDG continue to have an impact on the game. Nade tossed deep by Vitality up towards end, but not far enough. That nade, though, that one should be perfect.
Stinky.
It is. Hello, my bad. Good night, T1.
Yuck. They went ahead and knocked them out. T1 is eliminated. JDG tries to make a transition and runs smack dab into Park Pro, who's waiting for them. They do lose EJ01 in the process. Akan saying good job. It's like a fist bump, but with a car.
A bumper bump, yeah. That's exactly. That's
what the heck? It was because you did good, buddy.
Oh, you know the worst thing is if that drop was 2 feet more, he was dead, and then the blue zone comes in and you've killed him and you've ruined your entire game.
And you never hear the end of it because we watched all of it. Like that's one of those where like your friend clips that and is sending it to you for the next 6 years of your life. Like, happy birthday! Here's that clip of you ruining our run.
Yeah, maybe Park Pro's like, ow, that actually hurts. Now I know how everybody felt yesterday when Akan just picked up the BRDM and rolled over everybody.
That's true. He was out of control of that BRDM yesterday. Oh, Beamy, we talked about him. Here he is, takes a couple of pot shots. Honestly, I expected both of those to connect with headshots because it's Beamy. 17, nice rotation, got the cards. They're going hot at Vitality. They're going to run right into the parking spot. 1, 2, what?
Yeah, no dodging. We ain't got example here. No ability to dodge that car coming through. 17 wiped. Vitality going to be down to 1 as GK send it right on into the mix. They want to clear this position away. Akan will take down Hello My Bad. That nade could be good, but it's just going to get blocked by the Bronco as inside that dip, Levante just going to go for a full utility jump. Xiongjian is going to get relieved of his position by Levante.
It's a junkyard fort, but at the end of the day, it's still not a safe place to be, as all these holes have just made it easy to land grenades inside. It's like going to Top Golf and having at it. Kurexi gets knocked here as he tries to end up ultimately fighting with Nemesis. The backup from Lucarox coming in, trying to see if maybe they can make a play. We talked about this fight eventually happening. Now is the time.
Yeah, we were highlighting players from both of these teams before it even started, and that's Lucarox getting cleaned out by Soset. He gets a second, switches over with the spray transfer. Down go VP, but they're up to 25 points, even closer to guaranteeing top 8 status. Now Stead has to make a move because he's got E Arena not too far away. 4 players up, full sends as well, by the way, Toffees. Back-to-back top 4s, 4 players alive. But you look at the circle.
Where are they?
They're on the opposite. They're on the west, and they're getting held by E Arena.
Like from super far away, though. They're getting. That's interesting. This is so Full Sense has to kind of go north, maybe try to backfill that VP spot into Nemesis. I don't know. EA's got them. You're right, dead to rights on this field. However, they try to cross it. What do they think someone's sitting? I mean, I guess the prep. Oh, because who knows? You enter this hole and you're like, something bad has to be here. I get it. If you were one of the ones who crashed here, do you hit a graveyard like this in PUBG and you worry?
Yeah, Alo, by the way, still living his best life. 9 points for Liquid, hoping maybe he can eke out 1 or 2 more. But you feel like E Arena, they've left Neurons in a position where he can catch him out if they decide to move. But now I think you've got the knock on the Nemesis. You've got to push, take advantage. You know they're down to 2 players left standing. Let's make the numbers count in this fight. But I just feel like they weren't close enough, Toffees, to close that gap before you could get the fix back up.
Yeah, I think E Arena just really likes that sort of side of the mountain with whatever's going to happen with the circle. They're trying to keep an eye on Full Sense. Full Sense going for the full send as they do manage to cross the road. They should be in pretty good shape now, I think.
I think if they can get up to that ridgeline, you know, just to the edge of where the opposite side of where E-Arena are playing, they could get a really good bunch of points out of this one. And I feel like just wait, like try to force Nemesis into E-Arena and then went off the back of it. And have you seen what E-Arena have done as well? They've sent Lyrics and Nurens to the very south side of the circle just to clear their southern bit, because Patampong and Opons are going to be able to give so much information to the other two as to what Nemesis are doing.
It's an incredible position to be able to look over the top of that hill, but it only works if your back is covered. So having that 2-2 split, though it looks wide, is not difficult at all for them to manage. It has great crash potential because once the circle starts to shrink, they have control of the top of the hill and can bring their 2 players forward. I love that spread. I also love that Full Sense meted it out, took a look, made a good rotation, and then we got Melman tucked in.
No, you've said it. It's Mole Man now.
Mole Man, I like that.
Mole
He's got
Man.
a defensive position. What were the creatures from H.G. Wells that lived underground? Murlocs? No, it's not. I think that was Warcraft.
I don't even know what film that could even be, to be honest. But maybe you can educate us later on.
What was it? Time Machine? I know, we'll get back. Sorry, my classical letter. Morlocks. Thank you, Lost Chops.
Anyways,
it's classic Bard. Fine, guess old.
I'm too young for that reference, and I'm not young. I'm gonna put that out there. Full Sense
I
Bell.
might be too young for it. Let's go. Okay.
Belmont's going to rotate back down the hill. They went up for a peek as to what was going on with the rest of Nemesis, but if you step up too far, Moman will peek from the other side and get the kill off. Nuren's trying to keep them on their toes as well. The circle has now ejected them from their position, and I feel like they've managed to get the first bit of their transfer, or their move in, a little bit too for free, but so said will go down to the blue.
Wow, he tried to go for a nice play. You got to give him respect on that, but Belmont was waiting. Full Sense looking pretty good down here. Melman trying to figure out if he can make the defender, has to go back to his hole up over the top of the hill. We're going to see that grenade. Belmont has been lights out so far. E-Arena going to use this to capitalize as they push around the top of the mountain.
Yeah, Belmont throws the nade on up. Opons gets the other side. Nemesis deleted, and now it's a 4 versus 4. Full Sense taking on E-Arena for the victory in this one. E-Arena have Lyrics on the southern side of the circle. He's going to have to bug out and rejoin the rest of his team. They've got the high ground over Full Sense. That's part 1 of what they need to do for success. The really important thing now for EA is to get that next knock. You feel like if they find 1 knock onto Full Sense, this should be their chicken dinner to be eaten.
It would be nice to see Full Sense back in top form. You know, and honestly, that's what you want in your storyline, is if this is the beginning of their rise back to peak for PGC, what a heck of a run it would be. 28 points in first place is looking very, very good right now, as these guys have definitely come to play. They're not in their home region, and they're still making moves as we watch this. Though the knock on Thadal is going to be tough for them, dealing with the 4-3.
Yeah, that first knock did come in. That was what they needed. Now E-Arena can really push. Remember, if they take 1 knock, it's a 3v3. If they get the next one, it's a 4v2, and it should be curtains. Nade tossed in. You got to get out of there, Flash. You can't afford to take any more damage. Opons confirms that one. A little bit more damage dealt on the other side to Belmoth. What is Rushy, the coach, doing on the far side? Can he give some support to the players up on top of the hill? But E-Arena are digging in. The one thing I'll say, Toffees, the longer this goes on, the more the center circle pushes towards Full Sense. And if E-Arena have to come down the hill, roles could suddenly reverse.
Yeah, I'm curious I'm waiting to see what Lyrics does. He go back around and joins them. You're right. Coming down the hill will be tough, but I think they still, either way, you're going to fight these two on that ridge line. So if they can get that 1 knock, that's the real risk, right? Full Sense is doing a 2-man push. If one of them goes down, it blows the game wide open for E-Arena. No questions asked.
Yeah, Nurens is just going to start digging a hole of his own. You can see that ridgeline providing really good lines of sight onto anybody from Full Sense if they elect to make the push on the hill, but they're not going to. They might, head peek once or twice, but they're not going to give away that next knock to the members of E-Arena, and they're backed up against the blue. Full Sense are digging in here with the hope that E-Arena have to come down the hill.
I mean, I know that both of these teams hope for a win, but I definitely know that this is going to end in a tie because E-Arena and Full Sense are playing very, very well. That's pretty good.
I'll give you 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10.
Either way. E-Arena looks good.
You're really tying me up here with some of these puns. I'm not gonna lie.
Not bad. I was trying to get a full sense of your sense of humor. All right, so they're up on top of this. They're gonna have some nice shots down. I think EA's done a very good job of making sure that they manage both high ground and low ground. And so the idea is full senses can't use any of the 3P peak to get information, because anything that they move on this side of the hill to try to take is covered by the low ground E-Arena players. So I really like that they're using this understanding of the visuals to make moves. Good grenade up over the top, though, and Nurns is down.
Yeah, this is the swing that Full Sense needed. Another nade tossed on up, and it's a 3v3, and all of a sudden, it's in their favor. They've got the low ground, which is usually not the good thing, but with Fat E-Arena gotta go down, this could be a win for Full Sense. Belmoth and Flash, last two players standing, 2 versus 2 now of standing players. Rushy did go down, and Lyrics, on the other hand, is trying to hold out these 2 Full Sense players. He's the one now with the low ground. As a res is occurring, he's pulling them down the hill. Can they get another man up here, Toffees?
Belmoth and Flash, but they defend on the smokes. They're got the whole top of this hill looking like it's in the clouds as Belmoth goes to the high ground. Now he's going to toss a Flash forward while he sends Flash to the right side to see if they can find a flank. Belmoth on his own on the high ground. He gets picked up, but he ducks the shot, comes back up, gets knocked by Lyrics, and now the advantage is firmly with the White Rabbits.
Yeah, you got to talk about it. Like Full Sands, why did they try to take the high ground away? You lost Rushy. Flash is going to deny. And well, you gotta say, E-Arena deserving that win with how they played it. They took the high ground. They held their own. And for Full Sense Toffees, back-to-back second places in the winner's bracket when you're just trying to play in the weekend, that's all you really need to keep doing.
Yep, that's huge for them. They should have an easy path to qualification to the final here. A great start to the day for our Thai teams in general, as E-Arena does take the second win of the day. Let's pull Matcham and Porosaurus back in here. It's all tied up, man. This tournament seems like it's going the way of APAC once again.
But like the fact that Full Sense is doing what they're doing right now, playing as Gibson was saying with the sub in Rushy, their coach, obviously Tigger a big part of that team, but it's crazy to me that they're actually putting Rushy in these flanking angle, like the side angles to hold. That's a pretty important position, and having the confidence and faith in your sub to be able to hold that spot while the other 2 guys kind of play from the high side is huge. Like that just goes to show the confidence that they have in Rushy, and it's paying off pretty good so far here through 2 games.
Not too shabby. And Matt, it was a little bit boring at the start in the mid game, but man, it really came down to sort of a chess match at the high ground versus low ground as we got to the end.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see the Assault and try to go for the higher angles on it. With the nades, it felt like maybe Full Sense was going to be in trouble. But I mean, Full Sense often, I know the fandom can sometimes put like an asterisk on their PGC win, especially given like some of the change-ups to roster and everything like that. This is them coming in very efficient in these first 2 games, making it in the later stages, finding very good firefights, really navigating bad situations and kind of reacting to them very well. And on the other side of it though, E-Arena, they just played the defensive angles for it so well. They knew exactly what they needed to do. They played it patient. Yes, they did have to take some casualties on some of the positions in the higher area, but on the other side of it, they just slowed back down the pacing and understood exactly what they needed to get it. Specifically, this Lyrics positioning down right here next to the Dorito, that was such a linchpin for them to manually hold down this whole end game.
You know, I've heard that. So both you, first off, let's talk about the White Rabbits for a second. Give them the props. They got themselves a win. But you guys brought up Rushy standing in for Tigger because he's sick right now. I think Gibson mentioned it in the cast match, and we just talked about that changeover. What is it, Gibson, that's making Rushy work so well? I mean, is this a situation where it was kind of like when they brought the tab in, this guy's just as good of a player and maybe should be on a pro team still?
Well, look, think about it this way. A lot of teams have to wait between maps to talk to their coach and get some guidance as to what's going wrong, whereas this time the coach is in the server and can kind of talk about it. I actually like putting the coach in those flank positions because you don't want the coach being one of the front, the tip of the spear. You don't want to need them to win a 1 versus 1 or a 1 versus 2. You want them to watch your back and let the gunners gun. And that's exactly what they've been doing so far. And I'm going to give them credit. Like Rushy, when he's had to, he has been picking up vital knocks and vital kills.
I like that. They're the haft, not just the tip of the spear. So said, looking good though. 4 kills. Nemesis up on the top of that hill, Poro, seemed like they had a really strong spot, but you knew essentially they were going to have to fight Virtus Pro.
Yeah, no, it's always going to be tough for them playing from that position. But, you know, they still end up getting a nice little stack of kills to go along with their 5 placement points. So I don't think they'll be too upset. I got to give props to E-Arena, though, man. Like,
yes,
they showed up in group stage. I think they finished 3rd overall in points in group stage. So they're kind of quietly kind of showing that they're a little bit back, maybe warmed up a little bit, because it hadn't been an impressive 2026 so far for them, but not too shabby here to start off the second half of the year.
Well, Jacob was yoinked at the last minute, and I took him some time to find the right recipe to recover, and it seems like the fact that they've finished right now, or 2 days in a row, sitting above their rivals is very, very impressive. You know, Jacob with Made in Thailand has got 2 points on the day so far. Full Sense, 29 points in the lead right now. Virtus Pro at 25. Matt, both those teams seem like they should be on track to qualify right now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, great positioning off the start for both of these guys. Virtus Pro making the later stages, couldn't really make the assault up the hillside. Another team that also did really well in that last game was the one that did well yesterday in GK. Didn't necessarily make it all the way to later stages, but managed to find a lot of kills inside that last one. 8 off the get-go. And so that's really what's kind of put them back into striking distance in that 6th place position. GK really finding kill success, which is, I won't say unsurprising, but also surprising at the same time. We talked about the fact that it's a very synergistic squad, not necessarily made out of like salutes in that style, more of Shrimsies, I think is what Poro said, and I think that that's a good comparison. They just play incredibly consistent, so whenever they end up in these firefights, you get a lot of guys, different angles, that all know how to control a firefight and are doing it well. If they can continue to find that throughout this, that's going to be great for them.
Every owner in the world would buy a team full of Shrimsies. Like, that is a fascinating, because even when we talk to those, you know, those interviews that we've seen Bella do multiple times over and over again, one of the things that they talk about is this idea that Shrimsy is such a consistent player that everyone can depend on. Like, across all regions, it seems like they have a lot of respect for that, Poro.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of player that gets respect, right? Like a great teammate, great communicator, and I think that's kind of like what people are starting to gravitate towards, try to work towards, and it's, I mean, Shrimsy's coach's dream. You know, people that can take criticism and can also give criticism in a way that's constructive, right? That people are good to go with.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but we're talking about constructive criticism and players who know their stuff. And I've heard we have an interview with someone who is good at both of those things. It is the MVP from EWC, Nixie, on the stage.
Hello everyone, we are having Nixie here from Virtus Pro. Wow, it's a very, very strong start, and it's taking a good lead. So what do you think is the biggest win for you so far, like for the 2 games?
I mean, I would say definitely that first game, we managed to land the EP on JDG split.
Yeah.
And Beamy, I think it was Beamy that clutched up and got 3K on them, which was basically winning the game for us. So I would say Beamy winning the game, and then kind of Zone came towards us, so and we managed to play good, late game. So
yeah, the following Zone is great. And the second question is, how did you keep your composure during those late game moments?
I mean, at the end we kind of knew the kill feed, that it was 3-man FS and there's a solo in between them, which if I'm sure FS didn't know that JDG was there, and we knew, so we just kind of knew what we needed to do. And when it came to the end, I had a 2v1, and I knew I had better position, and I knew I'm better than them, so I just killed them.
Yeah, good info in the final circle. And the last question is, as we head into the next round, what's your message to the rest teams on the lobby?
My message? I would say we just need a couple of points. Meanwhile, the other 14, I would say, except the E-Arena that just won the game, have a lot more to play for. So good luck trying to kill us, and good luck trying to overtake us.
All right. Thanks for taking the win for you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh yeah.
Man, VP gets a little win on him, and that victory patina is showing. Nixie's ready to talk a little trash.
Swagsy.
Right? Swagsy. Did you hear? I mean, I just knew I was going to be better than him, so I took the fight. That's the kind of confidence I want out of these players. And honestly, Matt, if any player right now can have that confidence, it's Nixie coming off of that MVP nomination and he just absolute stellar play. He looks incredible.
I mean, he's a workhorse right now. That's the thing whenever it comes down to Nixie is that he knew that there was going to be a lot of work that the squad needed to do. The entire squad knew this, of course, but he has just been punching in a whole bunch of reps with the rest of the squad. They're just burning game after game. Inside, outside of performances, they're working together so much to try to see if they can cement in and really narrow in on what's going on in this meta, because this meta is very wild. Let's be honest, like a very centered meta, a lot of big explosions, cars running through everywhere, BRDMs. They feel like they've got the best feel for what's happening through it all just due to the amount of work that they're putting in. And the hard work is definitely paying off and gives them the confidence to be able to say stuff like that.
It really is, and I think that that's what you want to see. We saw even a little bit of that at EWC with like trash talk between the Falcons and Twisted Minds. It seems like maybe that's a byproduct of all this travel and the crazy amount of work these players have been doing, Poro, is they're becoming a lot more comfortable, with each other, but also with their teams and what their teams are capable of.
I think that's the biggest thing, right? Like these guys at this point know each other so well that they're not worried about like offending each other when they trash talk, right? So like nobody's gonna take it seriously, right? So like they're gonna be like, oh, okay, like we're gonna do a little bit of that, like let's have fun with it. But and I love that, honestly, I love it. So. We need more of it. I would love to see more trash talk, honestly.
It's also been entertaining watching international, and I say international to us, to the Americas teams, right? Like from other regions, learning to banter with the Western teams. Like the Western guys coming out and being like, let me teach you some banter phrases to our Korean crews. And then maybe having to explain that if you don't use the right tone, it really is sort of just mean. So watching them at the events, I think, has been cool. Gibson, that to me has always been my favorite part of this community. The fact that even when these players absolutely hate each other on the field, they take great care of each other out there in the off the battlefield.
Yeah, you got to look after your own scene, right? You reap what you sow, and a lot of these players do have very close relationships, even though a lot of them don't even have a shared language, but there's a bit of banter that they can have between each other. Looking at the head-to-head, though, between Sosa and at least this time it's not VP against, as you said, Tyloo. You know, we're seeing something a bit more close together, but E-Arena, you look at the difference, right? They've been top 4 both games so far. They've won 1. But I think what we're going to highlight here is both teams have been really consistent through the first 2 games.
Yep, Nemesis with their spy versus spy looking logo. Got the side eye for the rabbits because it has. Yeah, right? That's a throwback.
Now it's going to be stuck in my head forever.
But
that's how my dog looks at me whenever I eat dinner and I don't give him any.
Well, we've seen your dog love some dinner. You and the captain can definitely make it happen. Mine does the same. I think the dogs today, they're just spoiled. They expect to eat the good stuff. Just like Nemesis expects to eat more chicken, or at least get their first one, because I will say, while it has been dominating by our Thai teams, Nemesis again has looked very, very consistent, Gibson.
Yeah, they have. And I think, again, you look at the players they have. They've been around for a long, long time, as some of them. You know, we've got world champions in the roster. I think Nemesis, they'll be disappointed that they didn't play in earlier PGSs, but they're here in this one. They want to prove that they should be here. And I guess after 2 games, they've been doing it so far.
Well, let's get in with 2 guys who have proven they should be here. They should be handling the 3rd game, because this is the middle mark. You have to end above the 8 to set yourself on the right path, and game 3 is the spot where you can say, are we on the right track? Let's give it to Matcham and Porosaurus for this all-important middle game.
Army base plane path coming down around to the south. And so pretty much everything on the table, and I think the Toffees hit the nail on the head. We've got some high-end consistency coming out from a couple of these squads. So now this is the break point. You know that you need to get something big here to start your climb and get some distance away from everybody that's really kind of suffering today, Poro.
Yeah, and I mean, everybody's got to have it in mind. The situation is pretty much the same as it was yesterday, right? You're looking at a cut line that's right about between 28 and 31 points. I think the highest we ever saw that cut line was 35, and that was just like one time. So I think if you get to 30 points, you could be pretty happy, feel pretty comfortable. So a lot of teams looking to maybe find their way there in this map here, that all-important rubber match. As we check in with Twisted Minds, waiting to see where that circle goes. Hey, again to the south. A lot of water again, Matt.
I know, it's we've been seeing this one a lot too. I don't know what about the southern pull on this one is. It felt like we were getting army base a lot, but now we just keep heading down around the song on positioning over and over again. If anything, though, it does mean the fact that while we don't get a lot of maps, at least the players are very familiar with circles, right? If you're getting the same circle, it at least kind of counterbalances that because everybody is going to know how most of these teams are going to rotate. And Nemesis has been incredibly impressive for kind of being, I don't want to call them the new squad that's managed to kind of fight their way into the PGSs because they do, like the desk was talking about, and Toffees and everybody, that it was, they're known commodities, but it's really interesting to watch them just instantly step in and finding success.
Yeah, I mean, look, individually they're known commodities, but as a squad, they are a new squad, right? And they had to fight their way up through that cup system in EMEA, and now they're finding success. So you love to see it, man. It's great to see that they're able to find that chemistry, get those communications kind of on lock as quickly as they have. Hopefully this isn't, the honeymoon phase, and hopefully we'll see them continue to grow as now we check in with Vitality over on that eastern side by Young.
Yeah, they've got one player very far over here next to Geeke. I will say, probably about a kilometer, maybe more, away from the other three players that are more over right along the zone wall to the east. Petrichor Road also going to be rotating just onto the hillsides. So we've talked about the circle a lot. To the north, we're going to have pretty decent hillsides in the way it's going to be played. Of course, we've got the swamplands coming out to the west. But I think a little bit of a review on what we got inside that last game.
Okay. Let's get a full-on map replay as we get full screen highlights. Love that.
Nurens is just that good. We need to see it again.
This is how Arena got their win. I wasn't expecting this, guys. I'm sorry. This is on me for being a little bit shook.
So, question, you were kind of talking about this with the potential of what we could see from Nemesis. Are they the most quote-unquote underdog squad that we have ever had, just given the nature of they've been on different teams? Well, I mean, they've been on different teams, and it feels like this is a squad made of people that, I don't want to say were like rejected off of other teams, but just didn't stay on other teams. So that's kind of a uniting mindset, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to call them underdogs because as we've kind of said before, like they're very known commodities. But the fact that they're all four from, I guess, the same team but different times, it makes it's a very good storyline, if nothing else. So I feel like we've probably had some underdog teams that should maybe get a little bit more. I mean, Full Sense winning PGC, like that's a huge underdog story. But I mean, obviously there's, some stuff that goes along with that. But yeah, I don't know. It's a good shout.
I mean, if anything, Nemesis wants to. Hey, MVP going to be wrapping right next to Twisted Minds. Update on what's going to be going on in the circle. Geeke have regrouped right along the coastline down to the south. Arena is going to be right next to them. Vitality is regrouped in a 2-2 split just to the north of that. Twisted Minds, you can see having to deal with VP. This is outside the circle, very far to the northeast.
Uh-oh. Twisted. It's not been a great day for them to start off with by their standards, but I mean, that's for their standards. I mean, they're in 8th place, so it's not like the worst thing ever. Obviously, they already have 11 points given the luck that they've had. Obviously, that game one, I think, was actually probably their best performance so far, as they'll lose somebody early on. Hopefully, Perfectix can get out of this, but he's in the Porter. Batulins, you can see from range, kind of giving him some support off to the south side, and yeah, it looks like they should be able to get out of that. But again, yeah, just losing a player early on. As we get replays of what we saw, what we missed while we were watching a replay.
Hey, Levante doing stuff on a poor old Petrichor Road, who are not having the same success as yesterday so far, to say the least. Is losing a player early is going to even make that harder. Twisted Minds VP, as they said, as it's going to be very far to the northeast to bump into each other. This does mean that Twisted Minds does get inside track on position. We got Boots on Sa and all the hills and plenty of places they can go for. And I don't think that VP is going to chase this too heavy. They're going to kind of let that one go.
Yeah, this is kind of that byproduct of having that circle that's what are we going to say, maybe 35 to 40% unplayable, is that everybody's just going to be forced into running into each other a little earlier maybe than they were hoping. And you can see these compounds, they're so powerful that are kind of towards the center. So everybody's kind of playing more towards the center here and hoping that they can catch the circle shift. Honestly, this might be them prepping for a worst case scenario of a C2 shift that, again, includes a whole bunch of water and cuts out a lot of land, because that's happened a couple of times now, Matt. So I think that these guys are maybe a little bit gun shy about playing edges when they've seen it do worst case scenario a couple of times in game.
Well, we just did get a coastal inside the last one, so you also have that in the back of your mind where it's like, okay, well, it's the whole gambler's fallacy, right? Like, we just got a coastal game, it can't happen again kind of mindset that happens. But whenever I look at the circle, I don't want to play that area south of Hosan. That kind of sucks. Buksansa Hillside could be pretty strong, but that's also next to the edge of the zone, so you feel like that's going to probably bounce away from it. The southeastern area around Hospital Ohyang can support the most amount of players, but it's also kind of dicey just due to how it's got so many rolling hills and footpaths and all this other stuff. You feel like anybody can kind of push up onto you. So instead, most of the squads are just kind of leaning in as much as the center as they can, but they can't go true center as there is more of a hillside into a road, into kind of a field position that just, it's not like a big hill, so it's vulnerable to 17's positioning. So you kind of have to abandon that until the later stages where there's not much else, and maybe 17's hillside gets abandoned, but I don't know, 17's even going to take a 2 split onto that hill, so I guess that works out. Now you get best of both worlds.
Yeah, they're just taking their time, right? They're trying to be as cautious as they can, because we've seen it so many times, these hills, teams can take those early on, dig themselves in with the pickaxes, and then just surprise a team out of nowhere. And nobody wants to take that risk here. Is okay, the circle going to be about the best case scenario for most of these teams, although they are very heavy in the south. But you see that whole north side completely empty. We did just take a look there at Myth. Myth in last place right now. Only 2 points picked up on the day, but I mean, you'd have to be crazy to bet against those guys, right? All it takes is one game and they're right back in it. So Petrichor Road actually going to get Chewy back. As this is again Myth going to lose somebody in rotation, but this time at least Navi will be the ones to capitalize off of it. Like, it seems like they've been struggling a little bit.
I was a bit worried whenever we saw this, because while Myth does get the hillside, it is strong. Where we already had Navi and Team Liquid, they moved quite quickly, and now Myth is going to have T1 and Falcons back behind, closing right on that angle, and it feels like Kiss doesn't necessarily like this too much. He might be going down to try to see if he can get a res or at least get some distance away, but T1, Falcons, these guys bump into each other and rotate all the time. They have such a similar strategy on how they want to assault the circles, and it's been a bit of a problem for Falcons throughout the year due to that.
Yeah, I mean, well, this game specifically, like, there was just a really long rotation again, because the circle just obviously going way down to the south, and unfortunately T1, and you can see Falcons are starting to make more plays to kind of counteract. Like, they put Kickstart in that glider just to kind of give them a little bit better opportunity to gain more information about what's coming at them, knowing that they're going to be coming in super late, trying to get a little bit more information before having to send it directly in. And this time they'll be able to fight off T1, and they'll hold on to the edge for the time being. Let's see if Liquid can find a place here, as they are getting peppered from range by Geek.
Yeah, kind of settled into a pretty decent spot, though, all considered. They do have 17 that's kind of sharing the hill, and it's going to be a little bit higher up, but 17 can't profile this direction too often, otherwise they're going to have to deal with way too many firing lines. Yet again, though, the north, you were mentioning this, is kind of open, still kind of open. It's just kind of Myth over there, VP looking northern, but it's just going to be the wide wrap coming up from T1, and of course, who's mirroring it inside the circle? Falcons, because apparently they have similar mindsets yet again, but Falcons might have to send it a bit closer onto the Myth positioning for anything else brews out of this, is the Weak and Twisted is going to be playing in the low ground right up next to Petrichor Road.
Well, this is a good thing about having Kickstart in the air, right? Like, they can kind of track where T1's going and also get an idea of what to expect on the backside. But yeah, Falcons just going to immediately send it a little bit closer towards the center. They will take shots in the back from Myth. Shrimsy getting knocked low. They're going to get real close to Liquid, but I think they should be safe, and that new circle is going to be great for them.
Yeah, this circle onto this hillside can support a lot of these teams, but the ones down into the southwest are going to have the biggest problem. That's where the rotates are already starting to brew. Vitality, Geek just going to start sending it into the circle. That's going to put them along pathing right where 17 is going to be at. Petrichor Road also going to get some vision. There are a couple of valleys, and it looks like that's going to be what the teams are trying to use to navigate this hillside. So there are going to be a couple of breakpoints away from it, but Vitality's position isn't necessarily the best, and they're going to have to regroup far closer to Petrichor Road than I think that they wanted to.
They will take downhill, and Petrichor Road kind of in a tough spot right now. Despite the fact that they have the high ground, they know that they've got a full squad on both sides of them, so they have to be cautious. You also don't want to expend too much utility here. You know you're in a good position. You don't want to just blow through your entire stack of offensive utility, especially when it's pretty easy for both of these squads to avoid it if it comes through. So Petrichor Road, I think, is just going to be on guard duty for the future, as Team Liquid looks like they're going to find Songjang from Geek.
Take him down. That's going to be a pretty valuable asset lost to Geek. You can also see him very often playing a strong support outranged kind of flanked position for the team. And really that's been DK's kind of play style, is they get this very wide split that they can kind of separate out. Well, I wouldn't say very wide. They like to play multiple angles so that way they can set up crossfires on anybody. Look at the way that they're set right now. They've got distance enough to where they can kind of support each other if somebody goes down, but it is going to be a run if anybody does get knocked in that situation. And there are vulnerabilities to that. Though specifically in circles like this, whenever you're that separated, just using the trees for cover in this little bit of a hillside, if anybody actually starts pushing from the lower sections of it, suddenly all these side angles from Team Liquid, from Vitality, they're going to cost you a lot.
Star gets knocked. I think he was trying to make the landing in the glider. And Ferris actually going to hit one through the smoke. We'll see if they get him back on his feet. No, they're not going to be able to. Tianchan will take that one away. So Falcons down to 3 as we see Full Sense. Had a good day so far. They got one guy knocked as they're currently scrapping with Nemesis. The trade has come through. Good grenade might be enough to finish off Mailman, but we'll crawl away from it from the time being. As Stade will try to keep him honest.
Poor Mailman. Didn't manage to go Moleman, as I think it was Gibson and Toffees were joking about inside the last game. Nades are going to roll down. Not enough to finish him yet. There is a bit of a lip there that could be used, but with the nade range just continuing to come down, nobody wants to go for it. Finally, it does connect. Mailman is going to get taken down. Divx also does look like he's playing more aggressive onto the angle for Full Sense, so with that knock, it looks like he's trying to see if he can maybe set up something for himself, but with these small little lips that are popping up everywhere over here, it's made it a little bit more hazardous to make the push than I think it wants to happen. Hillside, though, is going to be mostly, I guess, not necessarily abandoned. We still have 17 up on the peak of it, but it's going to make it a lot dicier as we are moving into the valleys in the west.
And Nemesis and Diffix knows now that with that shift down to the southwest, as he said, he's got a little bit more time to stick around and see if he can secure this, and he will. Nicely done there. Diffix will secure 2 for Team Nemesis and still have time to run back into the zone. Now he's going to need Soset and Stade to provide him a little bit of cover as he does so, and that's exactly what Soset and Stade are going to do. They're going to try to be aggressive here onto the last 2 players remaining for Full Sense and give Diffix a little bit of time to get out of the blue and rejoin the boys.
It's a little bit of a slow roll firefight as it's right on the edge of the zone. Everybody's kind of stacked in, but Nemesis wants to move it into a closer range position and try to close it out faster. Full Sense kind of has to counter collapse onto that. Nades aren't really connecting just yet on either side of it the way that they're wanting, but enough flashes, enough utility is going to be thrown down there. Got to slow down the pacing of Nemesis running forward. To the northeast of the circle, there's just not a lot, and there's a lot of teams being gate kept out, so that's the kill feed kind of popping as people are just kind of sending it through. Flash does spot out Diffx. Get some damage on the Soset, but doesn't get the flush.
Maybe a little bit too aggressive there on the part of Diffx. Going outside of the smoke wall that they had laid down. Soset will take the peak. He's going to find one. Yes, he will. Takes him down. Nicely done there. And now it's just Belmoth playing around the tree. He's still got a grenade in hand, but Stead has that P90. Soset going to make the push, and they'll clean it up. Nicely done there for Nemesis.
Should be able to get the res as well. JD Gaming trying to dance around on the outside of this. Doesn't want to get too involved. VP doesn't have any options, so they went down to the compound where we've got Twisted Minds, Petrichor Road, as well as Vitality. They're going to play the upper section of the hill above it all. They were trying to get distance away from 17, who's been the gatekeeping squad alongside Falcons and Navi to the north. Myth having some trouble just to get in there. T1 had a catastrophe of a rotate just trying to get in the circle while we were watching that firefight. So It's just kind of made it, I don't know, like, what do you do if you're Myth? There's 3 different teams now gatekeeping you out to the north.
Not much. Honestly, I think you try to survive and hope that maybe they fight each other, but unfortunately, given the terrain up here, that not very likely to happen. You can see what Falcons is working with, dug in like a tick, 3 alive still, as the grenades are going to start falling through, and now Twisted Mind's going to turn their attention over to Petrichor Road now that they got that knock on I-26. The rest of Petrichor not really in a position to come here and provide some support for Chewy, but the grenades from Spiro and Hackatory immediately finding Shrimsy and Tig. Now Gustav, the last player left alive for Falcons.
Myth running up on the other side of it, a full pinch on the Falcons. Gustav just nowhere to go. He's feeling exactly how Myth felt a moment ago. He still has 17 back behind him with Little Ghost, so he is now trapped on this point. But that does mean that Na'Vi, Myth, very close range, is trying to see who's going to jockey for position. Myth trying to push up the lower side of it. Boosted gets some damage. Does manage to get the follow-up knocks. Myth finally does go down, but Na'Vi has a new set of problems. The circles pop. 4 Angry Men and Team Liquid fighting on the edge of the new zone. I mean, the 17, Gustav going to be walking right alongside Na'Vi on this push.
Yeah, I like this for Na'Vi. 5 kills now. This is the aggressive that we saw come out in game number 1. It didn't work out for him there, but they stick with the plan, and now it's working out for him here in game number 3. They're up to 5 kills. Let's see if they'll reset. Are they going to stick around and take this fight with 17 now that they're not inside the zone? No, it looks like they'll pull off and get back in. Meanwhile, Vitality pushing Pero from the other side as the Twisted Mind sandwich has put them all against the wall. There you go, Ming Ming will get taken out by that Panzerfaust from Levante. And Twisted Mind's down to Batulins.
Oh, look at VP going for a flank position, running right back behind the weakened Vitality. Although my bad now has to run in. This is still going to be right outside of the circle. So this is VP just going for control over zone, realizing that it's just going to be weakened squads over here for the time. They do jump into the spot, but it does move them into the lower sections. So Vitality can just kind of rain down nades on top of them. And they've got a lot of crates up there to keep replenishing. 17 actually moving into the east. Could start some supervision onto this firefight as well. VP better be careful with that, most notably Beamy's position.
Yeah, I like this from Beamy, though. I mean, he's got that oversight. They know what they're dealing with. They know it's just a duo. They've seen the kill feed. That's a good grenade. Oh, just going to bounce a little bit wide. Vitality, they are pretty much pinned down. It's kind of a game of chicken here between Vitality and VP to see if VP will stick around long enough to finish them off. And these are 2 very easy points for VP if it goes their way. Oh, let's see it.
Oh, where's the push? Coming up from Na'Vi to try to get into the circle. 4 Angry Men just kind of playing the lower side of the hill because that was the only thing that was left inside of it. But Spaceman's still up on top of it all. Manages to get a knock on to Spiro. Managed to look back over and get the knock on a boost stick. So now Thair's the last one up, trying to hit shots on to Spaceman. This is pretty isolated over here. 17 not choosing to get involved as they regroup more into the west. But I don't know, Na'Vi trying to get into the circle. It does not feel too good anymore, and Spaceman just watching HS bleed out down the hillside. At least managed to survive out against Na'Vi.
Oh, there you go, Sosid. This is
felt intentional.
I like this from Nemesis, man. Like, this is what 17 should be doing, and they're doing it now, but maybe a little bit too late. They're going to find Spaceman. The grenade going to go a little bit wide as Spaceman is dug in and entrenched. You see 17, they've got 4 alive. They feel like this is a good opportunity to get a win here. They've already got 4 kills, so they don't have to be too overly aggressive, but they would love to be able to pull a couple of more kills here. Gustav somehow managed to stay alive for Falcons a little bit longer, but it looks like that might be coming to an end here shortly as the circle will cut off to the north once again.
Oh, Spaceman, I think, has spotted this. Gustav's going to drop down. Yep, easy pickup. So Nemesis north with Spaceman and 17. Circle pops that direction. Down to south, E-Arena is going to find that most of their cover in front of them is now gone, and they're going to be moving into the more open section of the circle. But 17's got a lot of high ground, a lot of control, and now VP losing a member in Lucarux getting knocked. It's going to be even harder as they have Cowboy being a solo right up in front of them, slowing down any pacing to make it in the circle. At least Nixie managed to get rid of him. But now VP, it's a bit more bold, and they have to run in, and there's still T1 in front of that.
Yeah, this is tough for Virtus Pro. Not going to be able to get the res on the Lucarux most likely. And Beamy is basically pinned down right now. Full squad of 17 looking over in that direction. The only thing that might go in VP's favor is Nemesis is being aggressive over there on that western side. But it looks like they'll slow down and entrench themselves. Not going to fully take on Spaceman. Meanwhile, 17, their full attention devoted over to Virtus Pro.
The flying Panzerfaust can't hurt you. It's not real.
It's not.
Just chilling there. 17, still trying to get that damage down onto VP. It's going to be Corexi going down. Little Ghost is going to go ahead and get that. Now Nemesis starting to be a bit more active over into the west, trying to make the push onto Spaceman. They managed to take him down. It's going to be an assault for high ground positioning, so Xiao Wu has to hold the handle on that, and Irina is just going to send it on top of Suze to take him down to try to find something, but now going to be punished by T1.
I like this from Irina, man. That last game, that win, giving them a little bit more pep in their step. And they have the whole south side of themselves. Let's see if they can put themselves in a position to maybe capitalize on this 17 versus Virtus Pro fight. Beamy, the last player left alive in that one, as we see Spaceman just hiding. He hears the footsteps, he sees the smokes, but he's just going to play his cards and not get involved just yet. Hopefully, can avoid the line of sight of Nemesis as they're back towards looking down to the south. They have no idea he's there.
Spaceman trying to be Molten Core Man right now as he's just trying to dig himself as far down as he can go. 17, gotta be careful. Even if you manage to get some damage onto VP, they will continue to fight back. Panzerfaust flies out, doesn't get the flush on a Little Ghost. Nade's now starting to come down. Tiantian, Virtus Pro does go down. 17's got high ground control in the east. Nemesis got it to the west, and poor old E-Arena is just down in the middle of it all in that low ground, getting punished by everybody.
Yeah, it's tough for E-Arena, and Nemesis just putting the pressure on. 6 kills for them now. And the good news for 17, despite taking that knock, they will be able to get him back on his feet, reset fully. Nobody looking over towards T1. Are they hiding in a BRDM? Is that what they're doing? Or are they hiding in just a regular vehicle?
That sounds very T1.
It does.
I would believe it.
It's just Heather. So, yeah, it looks like, based off of what I see in X-Ray there, it looks like Heather's just hiding in the BRDM and trying to survive till late game here, see if he can avoid any stray Panzerfausts being sent over in his direction, and he's gonna get the circle here too. So looks like it's working out.
How is he hiding a BRDM? Those things are massive.
I don't know.
I think it's just due to the way that the hill is set there, right? Is it kind of curves down between 2 different valleys, so it's going to be 17 on approach. They're going to have to go right into the face of the BRDM and just start throwing whatever you got down at it. Heather's still going to be able to tank 1 nade, but whenever you're hiding out in that big divot, it's a bit hard to get out of, and that's going to allow a couple of these nades to keep popping off on him.
I've never seen somebody juke in a BRDM by just playing the bowl. Can he get out? Or is he even trying to go out? I think he's just trying to stay on the move and not make an easy target.
That nade.
He heard it. He didn't hop back in, but that BRDM's exploded. He's done so.
At least has some cover, so that's a benefit. Rock on one side of it. Nades are also a bit hard to roll down. The angle of the way that this is set could allow a nade to roll underneath of the BRDM, but Heather's actually just eating all of 17's aggro, which is good for E-Arena.
They're using all their utility on this, and it's not paying dividends, as Heather will try to escape, but now Nemesis knows about Spaceman, stayed with that P90 in hand. He's waiting for Spaceman to make a peek, not going to go for it, so he will retreat downhill while they have the opportunity. What a mortar from Tianjian will find Lyrics and Old Ponds, and now Nurens is the last player left alive for E-Arena.
Yeah, I saw 17 setting that one up, and I didn't know exactly where it was going to focus, but that is a great read. Poor old E-Arena down on the low ground. It's going to be a crossfire from too many angles. Nurens, though, does get the knock on Tiantian. That's going to be something to keep him up and alive, as now it's going to be 17 in the midst of Heather, who continues to survive. And this guy, I don't know if he's like a rat or if he's like a Fallout rat. This guy can just survive through anything. He's gotten down next to a crate, abandoned his position, made a smoke wall for himself, and Nurens is now just the focal point for everything that's going on in the circle.
He's turned into a rad roach. Gonna survive. Heather does go down in the end, but not before he throws the grenade to take down Wembwa. Again, we said it already today, with my final breath I stab at thee. But this is all going great for Nemesis, as all this damage is getting done. They still have all this western side to play around. We'll see if they can get anything else off of it. 17 might be able to get Wembwa back on his feet.
But it slows down the pacing for 17, who felt that they had so much control of this game until they entered the Heather, I guess, territory, and it's all kind of slowed down.
Oh my God. He got both of the reses off of that mortar, so E-Arena's able to reset. That's crazy.
All right, well, Nemesis to the west. Looks like State is going to be trying to wrap to the north, and it's going to be E-Arena now starting to be able to put some punishment out. But poor old E-Arena, the Rock, not going to be the one inside this next circle.
What's that BRDM doing to that Dorito?
Making more BRDMs.
quit or making more Doritos. I don't know. Nurin's, oh my God, he's so on fire with that 4X spray with the AUG. He is doing so much damage right now in the late game. 8 kills already for E-Arena, but they have to find their way inside this circle. Looks like Opans has managed to creep forward just a little bit, but I mean, I don't know if that's even in, Matt.
I mean, it's right on the edge if it is. I mean, that white dot is right on his, right on that line. So Nemesis, while they do have control over, I would say, about 50% of the circle, it doesn't feel very good on it. It's enough to keep containment onto 17. That's been the focus. That's where Stade's going to be playing from, that high ground position. As long as they can continue to punish anything coming out from here, Nemesis is hoping that E-Arena might be able to put in some assistance on the other side of it. So it's 2 down on the lower ground to hold back E-Arena. It's going to be Nemesis State on the northern section of it, and it's working right now. It's just enough to allow any locks on movement, but slowly and steadily, we are seeing 17 and E-Arena creep into the circle.
P90 late game. Devastating stuff. We'll see if Stead saves enough ammo to use it, as 17 is very much pinned up against a wall here. I cannot believe that E-Arena is able to stay alive this long, as that could create a good grenade. Oh, it bounces just out.
The blue zones, though, were enough to make them have to run out. The smokes at least managed to pop up and plume enough to give them something to work for. They have the car for some form of safety. E-Arena just refuses to die, man. They are just dealing with everything. I don't even know what is their armor and med situation like. These guys have just been eating damage for like the last 3 circles.
I can't imagine it's great, and they still have a Panzerfaust. They've been doing their best Heather impersonation, as the Panzerfaust will get sent in. Not even going to try to get the res on the Lyrics, as now Wemba tries to make the shots through the smoke. Opans, though, he's going to find another one, and Nemesis takes advantage of the chaos and gets that big win.
I mean, big smiles on that one. Yeah, keep control over the west. 2 down low, 1 on top. The plan works, forces 17 and E-Arena to just fight amongst themselves. And Toffees, you love to see a good plan pay out.
You know, it's tough to get a rabbit out of a hole once they burrow down. And I think that it took the dogs of that battleground to get them out. I respect E-Arena's survivability. I respect the Panzerfaust. Man, they just kept working. Also, I would argue if that P90 had more than 33 rounds left, that would have been an easy end to E-Arena's life. But you got to conserve, right, Poro?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they get the win, right? So he had enough rounds for that. But seeing P90s in the late game, man, that's a terrifying thing to have to push against. The fact that they can just completely laser somebody from the opposite side of the circle through the smoke is just bananas. But you love to see it from Nemesis. They have been looking so good so far, and I mean, we touched on it early in the match. Like, they're all very known commodities as individual players, but it's looking like as a team, it's starting to really click for these guys.
Yeah, I think when you looked at the graphic, like before the game, we highlighted them in E-Arena for their consistency, and they've got another top 4, but this time they're able to transition it into a win. But you know, we give like some players a lot of credit for just how they know how to position themselves and fight. Like, you saw that massive utility dump with the two blue zones plus the smoke. That allowed them to so set to move up to the rock. It created an opportunity for them to move. Like, they're not sitting and waiting for things to happen. When Nemesis need to get proactive and make something work their way, they've been doing it. And whether it works or not, for them at times, they accept the consequences. They're not afraid for a plan to not work.
I also just want to give a lot of props to Nemesis, and I think when I start my statement, it's going to sound like an insult, but it's not meant to be.
Bring it. We love it. Let's go.
These players are, for, in my opinion, lack of a better description, cast-offs in a lot of ways, right? Remember, Diffx emerged at the same time as Hackatori. Forgot what event it was, but I do remember them talking about, like, Hackatori is getting all the attention. Diffx was sort of the second runner-up and ultimately left the team. Then you've got like Stade, who did a short stint with Na'Vi and got replaced. You got Sosed, who got removed from Na'Vi because they wanted to get a bigger hitter in there in the form of Boostek. You've got Melman, who's been sort of just a journeyman, fighting for a very long time from team to team to team to team. And the fact that these guys have gone through so much, have run that gauntlet of finding the right roster, and they seem like maybe now they have, this is giving me like a good day, good old days STK energy, Poro. Not like, you know, struggling to keep up right now, but I feel like this is a team that could really go the distance as they know what it's like to lose together, and that makes them stronger when they're winning.
No, I love it, man. Like, I love having it's an awesome storyline. Like, it's just
exactly.
It really is. It's just a great storyline, and to have them having this kind of success is fantastic. I love the aggression that they play with, specifically in that game. Like, you saw, like, they were chasing down fights. Like, they were playing the edge. They were hunting down third parties and fourth parties and just exerting their will in the late game. Like, it was just really, really good to see. And if I'm gonna be honest, if I'm gonna be real honest,
it looks like
something that Navi's kind of missing from time to time.
Yep.
Yeah, big true. Go ahead,
I mean,
Matt.
you know who the nemesis is, right? That is going to be Na'Vi, ahead of them on the leaderboard right now, and so said man of the match. I mean, you got to give it to them. They just play this tactical style, and I think that you hit on a good point, Toffees, is the fact that they've suffered like some mental kickbacks here, and that does make you more resilient, and also kind of feed into what Gibson was saying, and it leads into the fact that you're more willing to take a riskier position. You're going to try to see if you can manipulate the situation in your favor, because if it doesn't work, that's fine. You know, you're still coming out ahead for having tried something in their mindset, and I love that.
You have nothing to lose. No one ever is mad at the also rans, right? And that's where I think you can sneak out of nowhere and you can really have these big moments where you're like, yeah, you guys underestimated us. And so far today, it feels like that has been the story for me, Gibson. Underestimating Nemesis, whether it is in some of these team fights in the end game or them popping up on rotation where teams are not expecting it. Nemesis at 32 points, taking over that first place position, is not one of the teams, and I will say, maybe I'm wrong, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but if I had started the day, Gibson, saying, I want you to pick your team that's going to be on top after 3, I don't think any of us say Nemesis. Gibson, would you have said Nemesis?
No, I am not. I mean, and well, also the fact that they're with Godlike, right? They're one of the newer squads that is kind of just had to sit back and watch a lot of what's been going on with the PGS.
Sorry, I literally got a message from Gibson saying my Discord's bugged. Don't ask me a question as I asked him a question. So it is what it is. It does happen.
While we're looking at this, all right, are we obviously talking about Nemesis? Give the Nemesis the boys their flowers. We talking about our APAC teams as well. Look at 17, man. 17 has 28 points on the day. Like, they have been quietly having a decent day, and they're only a couple of points removed now from being pretty much guaranteed a spot in the final stage, which, I mean, given what we saw from Chinese teams at EWC, given what we saw from 17 in particular, I don't think we were coming in feeling super confident into this tournament. So really good work by them here through the first 3 games, and looking forward to see what they do in the next 2.
I just like seeing the picture of Wenbo, like he's summoning my fireball. Take a look at the head-to-head. Sosed and Nixie are right here side by side. This is yet again, Matt, how many games are we going to see Sosed up here on this head-to-head? And now it's up against the MVP of the world at the moment.
And I actually had better stats than him. That's a bit of a momentum builder for Nemesis, as this is a squad that I guess could use some mental, like, I guess, momentum is the right way to say it coming into this, because again, they've been having to sit back and watch, coming out swinging off the get-go, as now we're in the winner's bracket. There's never any banter between the players, right? That doesn't happen at all.
A little bit of banter, but you know, like I said, good friends. They've been 8 months on the road together. Mostly the same teams. You can see it even going by the Falcons, checking in with the GK lads on the way. I don't even know if they speak the same language, but I think the body language said enough. Now let's talk Falcons for a second. Right? The nod of respect, even though the Falcons have been flagged. I mean, I don't know. Did you guys know a premium copium dealer I can hit up after this? Because I'm struggling with the Falcons situation, Poro.
Yeah, they've had a rough 3 games, right? Like, the circles haven't been great. The game 1 was probably about the best thing that we've gotten to see so far today. But you can see what the strategy is. It hasn't really worked out too well when it comes. But again, they're just getting, everything's funneling down on top of them. Like, it hasn't been. They haven't lost a 1v1 team fight. Like, the fights they're losing, they're getting. It's like 3v1, 4v1.
So you do have a good. So you do have a good copium dealer. That's great.
I do.
Hook me up with that guy later.
There you go. There's your copium. You got
it. Because it is. They're having bad luck, but at the end of the day, like, it's been rough for a lot of our top teams in terms of how this has started. And when I say top teams, I mean in a traditional sense, because the other team that's been struggling is Made in Thailand, Gibson. These guys only with 3 points so far, coming into group stages of EWC, double PGS back to like winners. Like, what's going on?
I think that they're just not getting involved at all. Like, a lot of the stuff that worked for them in the previous PGSs just isn't. They're losing gunfights that they were winning in the past. Like, Jacob is not firing on all cylinders. Like, even yesterday we saw Jacob pop off and get a bunch of knocks, but not converting them into kills. So it's the thing about PUBG. You can find little bits of success and, you know, bursts, but I feel like form is temporary, class is permanent. We're seeing a lot of those really classy teams starting to get up and running as the year progresses.
Well, it's time for us to send our classy team of Matchman Porosaurus back to the digital green room so the two of us can run the fourth match of the day. Gentlemen, enjoy your break as we get ready to run. The teams who should have been thriving, like the Falcons, Petrichor, and Made in Thailand, are struggling. The perennial favorites, the Twisted Mind, only have 12 points. All are below the 8 cutoff, and some surprises stand at the top. With 2 games left to play, it's time for you to grab a chair, grab a drink, and get ready, because this is a tough plane and a big drop to determine who gets a chance to go straight to the grand final, Gibson.
Yeah, and I'm impressed by that little bit of camera work that we had going through the palace there on the way to the scout. This is, of course, a best of 5. There's 5 maps on the day. Things don't look good for Twisted Minds. Things don't look good for Falcons. Things don't look good for Myth. But one map victory could get you through to that next round.
Yes.
So keep an eye on these teams. Like, look, what we've seen cutoff points as low as 25, 26 points for top 8 in these best of 5s in the past, Toffees.
Yeah, I mean, the cutoff is going to be low because there's 2 games left to play. Your top 4 have been actually doing a pretty good job of soaking up some points. Nemesis in particular being very consistent, along with E-Arena and Virtus Pro. So if you guys at home are sort of getting looped into this, it is a tough circle. What? Okay, never mind. I thought I'd go farther south. This is going to be so deeply congested coming out of the southern region, and there's no ability, never eat, to go to the east. So all of these teams would have to make really long, wicked western rotations or fight early. That's fascinating, because as we look at that leaderboard when it pops up, you got to understand 8 through 16, these guys are within 12 points of each other, folks. That means that one big game puts you qualified for the grand finals. So you do have to sort of reconsider, how do I approach this? We take a look back at the highlights of match 3 from Nemesis. Just a consistent... Full screen replays are very confusing to me, but just a consistent movement by these guys. You know, let's look at some cool stuff they did. I want to watch the game.
Yeah, well, if you are kind of wondering what's happening on the map, remember !map in chat should give you access to the map feed so you can see what is currently going on.
Oh, good idea.
Over on Rondo. Falcons, if you're wondering, do have a pretty good spot. They're pretty much close to center circle. Same with Vitality, with a big 2-2 split on either side of the river with a couple of players in Muho Ban. T1 will be wrapping around their way ever so soon as well. But I think what this highlight kind of shows us, Toffees, is again, Team Nemesis are not afraid to take risks. They're not afraid to take gunfights. And they've got that lovely bit of clarity that they understand if they take a risk and lose, they're okay with losing the fight.
Yeah, you can't overstate the confidence that a P90 gives you in a fight at this, like on a hill here. Like, you're like, I could peek late and I still get to drill you down. I mean, that was DMR range engagement on a full spray with a submachine gun. This is outrageous. Let me ask you, ran or ban P90? What do you think? What should we do with this?
I'd run it every day of the week. Ban if another person
would you ban it if given the opportunity?
it.
Fair. Okay. Yeah, I think I would just take it out of the game. Just poof, be gone.
You want to go back old school? Put the Tommy gun back in crates.
Right? Give me with the extended mag. This thing is like, look at it. I mean, this thing is a monster. Stays down to 11 bullets, and he still goes ahead and pulls a double with it. The thing has 0 bounce and all of the power. So, you got to respect it. As we jump back into, I think, our actual match.
Yeah, we're back in Rondo. We're back. That's the terrain I recognize. We're back here. And, you know, if you got the map open, Toffees, if you see the circle that we have, it's they've got a lot of water. It's kind of split into like 3 parts, right? There's the northern bit surrounded by the river, there's the east, and then there's the west. And at this moment, the east is really, really quiet.
There's also a south of the circle.
I'm classing it as east and west.
There's many sides.
I'm looking at it like a 3-parter, like a pie chart.
I see what you're saying. Yep, that makes sense. And I think a lot of teams, and even when you look at the map feed right now, a lot of teams haven't made their way in yet. A lot of folks going to be tentative about that early surge because you don't know where those first teams stopped. A lot of teams were forced to go far south based on the plane path. So when you get a north circle on the small side, it means that everybody outside of that first layer of drop, and you know who you are because you saw the other teams falling behind you, have a very difficult transition to make. They have to look for E pickups. They have to look for long rotations. They're going to take their time getting up here. There's plenty of loot. There's plenty of opportunity for space to take. It should be a slow mid-game.
Yeah, Falcons are diving towards center now at this point, and I think that's them learning a lesson from a lot of the teams that have won so far or gotten really good placement points. It's being center early and being ready to move. Vitality doing the same. Nemesis, your previous map winners, they've wrapped all the way around the opposite side of Mayran, so they're going to come in on that eastern side of the circle, backfilling the position that we see VP in as well. And I'm going to be honest with you, if I'm moving into an area where I see teams like EA or VP, I'm probably making a good rotate, because where those teams have been going has been pretty much where the circles have as well.
Okay, and if you look over on the right side, you can see Craft and AI projecting which direction our teams will continue driving as they make their way farther into the circle. Nemesis and VP predicted to meet up with each other at some point, but I do think it'll just be a consistent backfill process. Though good to see, again, Nemesis being proactive, getting in early, and they're going to have a good spot to set up.
And I think just so you know, the dots are the projected path, and the yellow, the straight line is how far they've actually gone. But at this point, VP are the ones that are further ahead. So I think there's maybe a little bit of a mix-up on what's happening. But VP will take the compound, Nemesis will take the hill the VP had just been playing on, and that gives them line of sight all the way over to the other section of the map. Twisted Minds as well. They've sent Batu onto the little island, but we've got a fight going on here, Toffees. A can and 4 a.m.
Fight, more of a chess match. Akan, gonna give it a little peek around the stair, this window here. Here, you footsies. Oh, box save.
He's dodged, duck, dip, dive, and dodged his way out of that one as HSMM.
Yeah,
he's wrapping his way around the other side. Reinforcements have now arrived, so it's no longer a no numerical disadvantage for the side of 4 angry men and GK. Pushing in from one side, HSMM getting closer and closer. You walk in that door behind the door frame. There's a snake, and he wins.
You win!
How do you win that?
Woo! You got him! Got him! It was that double. I think they came around the corner with 2. They made the nice little play. EJ01's like, I like flushes, though. Throws the grenade up to the high ground, bounces it off the roof. It's a sky burst, and it is effective as he gets the knock on Spaceman. Follow up, looking for some flushies as he goes into the house, tries to stop the reses from happening. Winda desperately trying to get somebody back up to help him, I think.
Yeah, the blue zone as well. Toffees is getting involved. 4 a.m. have been eliminated by GK. That moves them up into 7th place in the leaderboard. And a team that's a few places behind in 11th is Liquid on 13 points. They're not inside the circle. Let's have a little listening to see what their thoughts are about how they approach this zone.
Yeah, I'm driving, but I just keep working. It's too far. I don't like our timing with how far it's going to be. If we waste 30 seconds, we give up any info.
Yep.
Let's get ready to just cut uphill like this, Cowboy.
I don't want to switch to this coupe from our guys.
Please put the skin on.
Silence. They're not speaking.
Skin it. These are elder statesmen. They know how to stay focused.
I'm gonna need this 6x.
I like to call it.
I do not. Yeah, I do.
I like it, Toffees. We jump in for comms and they just sit in silence. They accept the rotate and move.
But they put the comm in comms, and I think that is very important. They knew the rotation. Purdy obviously ID'd that this was going to waste time if they chose the path they were on. They deviated very effectively. There was no question. All information relayed was accurate. That's what you get from veterans who played this game this long. They're like, we don't need to have additional information. We're just here to work.
Yeah, and you see, it's kind of what Finland were like at PNC. You speak to them and they didn't really times during game. They just kind of did their thing. Falcons, they've bridge capped on the Twisted Minds here. Gustav and Shrimsy, they're going to get a couple flipping in the car. Twisted Minds, twisted out of the lobby. Falcons picking up 4 points, and how important could that be for them? Twisted Minds, full set. Falcons, great trap.
Right? I'm drinking copium like he's having an energy drink right now. We've got 4 kills, boys! Falcons is back! But the crazy part is they're only 6 points behind the cutoff because of how tight the bottom of this leaderboard is. So every moment, every play, every action is going to have its consequences. We saw that last time with somehow some of our teams were unwilling to yield points. T1 was not willing to even deny against 17 because they don't know where it's going to matter at the end of the day. Levante gets hit by the car as it drives on by. Gedras looking to queue up that grenade and get in there to add a little bit of help to the rest of his friends. Myth in some trouble.
Yeah, and Vitality pushing the pressure on now. Scab is still alive. Baron gets the angle on the other side. Quizzy is going to fall, and Vitality now with just Gedrox left standing. Need Toasty.
I thought...
Is he going to... Yeah, go ahead.
I thought Quizzy was going to get Baron there, but Baron made a nice little play from the top. Scappy going to go ahead and get that finish on Levante, and now Gedrox has to decide, is this a fight that I really want?
Yeah, 17 look like they're having a little peek at what's going on here as well between these two teams as we see the mortar strikes landing in, but Gedrox... He's bailed, he's out of dodge, he's sending it towards 17, which is not really the best idea in the world if you are a solo, but thankfully for him, 17 were already on the move. They're going to get out. Can he get away? He sends it to the coast. A little ghost. Is he going to make a ghost out of him? I'm not sure.
So close.
One more. Nah, he's safe. He's safe.
PGS1 from back in the day, Little Ghost would have got that for sure. I'm just saying.
You saying 17 are not what they once were?
Well, okay, so Little Ghost in particular, like, just cast your minds back to PGS1 version 1. Was that 3 years ago or something like that? Little Ghost was a freaking poltergeist. Like, he could not enter a building without terrifying every single person in it. And I do feel like while he's still a good player, and 17 is actually performing on an overall scale better than I think I expected them to this year, Little Ghost for me still is not living up to the skill cap that I know he has.
Yeah, but I think he'll find his way again. You know, a player with that sort of talent, you don't really just lose it. I think... As you were talking about the old school days, like, you remember how dangerous he was in those hot drops with Falcons way back when? As Liquid made their way into the circle, they kind of followed the path that Kurt basically spoke about. They're in now in that northwestern side, and man, there's a reason why we say that Kurt's got zone Teflon. Like, every single time you think he's going to touch the zone, it kicks away from him.
Yep. No, they're Teflon boys for sure. It slides away nonstop, and it has his entire career. That's the craziest part. Now they got to deal with E-Arena as it slides away again. They already see Liquid are taking pot shots at them. 17 smartly goes all the way around the north, and Gedrock's gonna be like, seriously guys, I just got away from you, as he waits for them to crash into him. Here comes Myth, strong send towards the middle, gonna meet up with the Falcons and T-Wood all in the same spot.
Yeah, just to clarify, you meant obviously the zones have always slid away from Curtis' career, not his career has slid away. Just in case anybody was wondering at home. And you're bang on, like, it just feels like STK, Liquid, whatever org they're representing, the circle just gives away from them. But they've got themselves a home for at least now.
for the time being, until the next circle shift. Inevitable.
It's going to full sense. JDG, it's just the rules.
Well, that's full sense is good at getting circles. Now, we'll take nothing away. They send early and they find good spots with high ratios. So you got to, you know, earn it by moving fast. Falcons, again, trying to put in more work. They're up to 4 kills. They've got a decent spot in the circle if they can keep their heads down, but there is not, man, there's a lot of hills around them. I'm a little bit stressed.
Yeah, Falcons could be tempted to push up the T1, but you saw Kurt's got an angle inside that JDG Full Sense fight. The one member of JDG has gone down, and you can see that Full Sense want to take advantage. A smoke wall has been created. It means they can push across if they feel like needs must, but look at the off angle being held on the other side. Like, if Belmont waits too long, he's going to get caught out by the flank.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a good fight. They've got a lot of time to do this. You don't have to over push. You're inside the circle, but you're on the south, so no one's going to crash into you. The third party should be safe because no one's giving up that center position on the hill. So this is for the first time in a long time. Should just be a good old-fashioned team versus team fight.
Yeah, no third parties until Nemesis decide they want to push in. Elsewhere, Myth getting a little bit of action brought their way by Nixie from VP. VP with 4 members up. Nixie's playing as the front line. Nixie gets one onto Baron. Jacob the second. He didn't even reload. He got 2 with 1 mag. Scappy now, he's the last player standing. He's behind a rock. Nixie will pull the pin on the nade and probably pull the plug on Myth on this one. Oh, yeah, perfect. Nixie gets his triple.
Come on, Nixie, stop. Let someone else be awesome. This guy's out of control. VP is looking like world champions every time that we go out there. Nixie just the key to this team. Let's jump over to Sonjang as he tries to survive. Shrimsy down to 4. Kickstart knock. The Falcons were in a good spot, but we were worried about them getting crashed and knocked on, and they certainly are right now as Geekay is throwing some perfect nades up over the top of that hill.
Yeah, another knock on the Shrimsy. They've got to try and get that res, or at least hold back the push for now. So that's Gustav's job. He has to hold back the push to allow for the rest of the team to go for the res. Defensive mollies being thrown to maybe hold them back a little bit longer, but at some point, the longer this goes on, T1 might even think about having a peek downhill. Molly thrown deep, Shrimsy still down. That BZ will begin to spread, and Falcon's in trouble.
Oh man, if that's the byline for the day today so far. Falcons just taking intense pressure. T1 above. Falcons in some trouble as Geeky seems to have unlimited utility and are just chucking at him full time. Green Gauntlet.
Peggleton does a little bit of damage back to Park Pro, forces him in and around the smoke. One member of Geeky is down for now, but that smoke wall is about to dissipate in a few seconds' time. Liquid using all this action as their opportunity to push up onto this ridge line, but I worry for that rotate because you feel like VP might push in towards Liquid and cause problems for them. Gustav's got Park Pro in the open. Gustav, you get the kill. That's actually Hakatori doing some favors. Gustav trapped in the wind with some of those shots as the bullets didn't land where they needed to, but Gustav will pick up the point.
Gustav's like, piss off, Hakatori. I put all that work in. It's mine. You got one bullet, turd. And he goes ahead and gets the flush. Well deserved. Pathompong's got a good grenade. He's cooking it up. A bounce could be devastating, and it is, as he puts it in the pocket of Tiggleton and Kickstart. Gonna do the follow-up for the flush. Knocks them both low. Puts the onus of retribution on the last man standing for Falcons, but he can't get over there. Those are both gonna get finished.
Yeah, Liquid actually getting the knocks on the correct save from VP as they choose to push each other into one another. Falcons are going to get eliminated on the drive-by from Songyong, and keeping an eye on what's going on. Kurt pushing down towards VP. You've got Luke inside the bowl, throwing that nade up. That nade could be very good, but Lucarux gets a little bit of cover from the car. Is it going to land and flip on top of him? No, he just about avoids the rear end of that coupe, but he's not avoiding the shots from Lyrics on the other side. This is a big fight for both these teams.
Purdy called that rotation. You could hear Cowboy going, but Dad, I don't want to fight VP, because that's what you got to go up against, and these guys are really making it tough for Liquid to get out of this spot. Nixie using that high car to jump up, check over the top of the smoke. The spray is on. Cowboy drops down. Another nade going to go out looking for that flush, and VP just seems like they are made of pure Kevlar.
Yeah, one player left, Luke 12. He's in there in that depth. You've got Cowboy providing some overwatch, but Luke 12 gets the point. He manages to find one. Beanie will spray into the smoke looking to get a second one, but Liquid are eliminated. Patompong got one, Beanie got the other, and VP now up to 37 points. They'll put down the smoke, but at some point, E-Arena might start pushing their way. Nemesis will also fall at the hands of 17 as Zhao Wu gets the work done, and there's now 9 teams left alive.
That was a tough one for Liquid. Sometimes you got to stand up to the bully, but sometimes the bully proves why they are just so big, as VP walks away with 2 left alive and 6 kills, looking real strong. The shift happens. I guess the good news for Liquid is the circle would have gone away from them anyway. So, you know, now VP's got to deal with the problem instead of them. JDG and Full Sense still able to continue their fight down on the bottom of the map, as they have managed to just somehow continuously Full Sense in circles, man. They're like the polar opposite of Liquid.
Yeah, and sometimes you just get it, sometimes you don't. JDG still living next door. Seongjung, the last player up for GK. He's sending his way to find somewhere he can call home for now, but keep an eye on VP. Tossing nades, using those nades then to create bowls of cover and opportunity as they move towards the arena. But the problem is, Top, is they don't have any mobility whatsoever. No vehicles. It has to be done with their Lamborghinis.
Bowls of opportunity. I like that. That sounds like a store in LA somewhere. But I do love this idea of like creating. That's what you do. You throw those grenades forward and maybe they get a kill, but also more importantly, you're right, they give you cover as you advance. E-Arena going to go ahead and say like we're going for the kill, but if they don't manage to get the flush, they do. That's a knock for Nixie, and I don't think there's any res potential here, but Lyric's going to go ahead and try to put the stamp on the flush.
Yeah, blue zone's there, so that'll be a point for E-Arena. And really at this point, it's just receiving a big play. But here comes Zhao Wu and T1. They're all going head-to-head. Wenbo, he's the front line of the assault. Need toss towards him, and the front line has been cut down. T1 putting 17 down to their knees. Little Ghost, he manages to get that kill confirmation on the Beamy. Moves up towards that crate, but they know exactly where he is. T1's end, looking to put an end to Little Ghost. He throws an 8 up the other way, but he's just waiting, and that is the end of 17. 7 teams left alive. T1 still kings of the hill.
Dude, 17, you know, they had to turn around to make sure they got that flush on VP. They capitalized from T1, and now E-Arena goes, hey, they're distracted. Let's get up there. They make a really nice push to take the extreme high ground on this hill. And while you said it, T1's still king of the hill. They have fallen down the side, and E-Arena is coming up from 2 different angles.
17 points for them so far. 6 on this game from kills. 1 up for the placement so far. And E-Arena now the next test for them. Rushy will get a kill confirmed as the coach filling in for Full Sense. Just continuing to hit the shots that you kind of want him to as the coach. Heather, M249, throw enough stuff at a wall. Eventually some of it's going to stick, but unfortunately for him, EA managed to get slippery and dodge all the rounds.
They're in great shape. They can have this fight against Team Petrichor is downhill, but they don't really have vision on the top of this. So they do just have to win this the old-fashioned way through brute force. Heather's going to use brute force in the form of an infinite supply of bullets here as he goes ahead and gets reloaded to take 150 on this attack on EA. Sorry about your Pico.
Yeah, he's got the angle, he's got the toes, and Raining's going to rain down fire with the nades on top of him. E-Arena eliminated T1 to 10 kills, and here come Na'Vi. The break doesn't land. Spiro, he'll find the first one. Deployable cover. Raining wrap around the side to see if he can find a kill on his end of this battle. Needing to get one. Hakatori catches him, and this is the Na'Vi we've been waiting for.
Right, coming aggressive. T1 moved down the hill to take a fight, and then they got jumped by the Rabbits who went uphill. Then the EA came down the hill to take a fight, and Na'Vi jumped over the top of them, and now they're the kings of the hill. So they win the ultimate leapfrog of death, of doom, of destruction, but now they have a terrible transition to move towards the city that has been fighting the entire game. Meanwhile, we do jump over to JDG. They've pushed one person out of this fight with Full Sense to grab some placement. He's ended up in a 1v4 that somehow he's surviving.
Yeah, and this is JDG pushing up to Petrichor Road. Actually helps out Na'Vi just a little bit. Petrichor Road, 10 points through 4, just under 4 maps. Not the levels they set yesterday for themselves, but the nade wall is going to start coming. That nade was just a millisecond too short, and it would have caught one. Spraying down towards Chewy. Boostek's going to get his, and now watch Na'Vi pour.
Na'Vi watched Nemesis start to the day, and they took that personally as they climb up into 6th place, putting some big points on the board. Only 4 kills, but a good amount of damage output. And if they can dislodge Petrichor, they will have the lion's share of the map. I really have to assume that the shift will ultimately go away from the city at some point. And even if it doesn't, I think it's easier to get into the city than get out.
It always is, right? Getting out of the city's trouble. I think Na'Vi, they're trying to decide.
Especially once you sell your car.
Na'Vi,
sorry, I had flashbacks to Chicago. Go ahead with Na'Vi.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I'm not from there. So Na'Vi getting themselves on the edge of the circle, getting the vehicles ready, putting the smoke wall down. That's a signal that these Blancos are going to get on the move pretty quickly. And surely it's a send for the city, right? You'd think that they'll send to the city, or do they see Petrichor Road as a target?
I think we just tried a three-point Petrichor Road on this crash here.
Yeah,
oh, no. 0-4. That did not work as they pull a nice Panzerfaust. They knock out both Boostek and Ferris right out of the gate. JDG is like, thank goodness, because that was probably coming to our side of town if the crash went through. Petrichor can go ahead and try to get them reses out and make a rescue here on Chewy. Be a really good pickup to get him back up and running. No wonder Petrichor's doing so good.
In hindsight, the decision to push Petrichor Road rather than go to city was not the right one, unless Hakatori can do something here.
Yeah, but you can't play like there's a Panzerfaust staring at you. If you're always worried about the Panzerfaust, you'll never do anything with your life. They had to be bold.
Always. Look, and if anything, TPP has given me paranoia. There's a player behind every single tree, and everybody has a Panzer.
But that's like saying you can't swim because you're scared of sharks, man. You got to go out and enjoy the ocean. You got to still push, and sometimes you take a Panzer to the head. It's the way, it's the nature of the beast.
All I'm going to say is there's been way less shark attacks on land than there has been at sea toffees. It's as simple as that.
And yeah, that's a fair point. And if you don't expose yourself to the Panzerfaust, you never have to worry about it.
You want another fun stat like that?
Yeah.
There's currently more planes in the ocean than there are submarines in the sky.
You don't know that for sure.
I know.
How?
These are the rules.
You haven't seen the statistics. They could be there could be submarines. There could be individual submersibles in cargo planes being transferred right now, and you don't know how many submarines are out there. I'm just saying that seems like you got something off your TikTok algorithm, and you're just telling me it's truth. I want proof. I want sources. I want peer-reviewed articles. Okay.
Right.
Now back to the game.
I'll work on that after the game. Nans, he's getting up into that ridge line. They know exactly where Petrichor are. JDG, 9th place so far, 19 points. Not a single kill has been found. But with 4 players alive and you're inside the top 3, there is an opportunity to gather a few more on the board. This is just going to be the situation, Toffees. Whichever 2 teams fight first, the third-partying team usually wins.
That's the problem, right? Is everybody's just going to sit here and try not to be the team that gets third-partied, which makes for a very exciting dig session for Petrichor up on the high ground. But the thing that's fascinating for me is that JDG and Full Sense have both essentially had to abandon half of their city battle just because Petrichor's position is so strong if they don't do that already. You know what I mean? Like, they had to go out and be like, if Petrichor gets the shift up here and we're not already out and split, they just win the game. So it's almost like they came to an agreement of stalemate to try and figure out how to get them dug out.
Yeah, and they needed this. Like, Petrichor Road were down right at the bottom of the leaderboard at the start of this game. They've only got 3 kills, but those 5 placement points so far have got them up to 14 points. A little bit closer to where we expect that cutoff line to lie after game number 5. First throngs of war are going to get sung out, but as you can see, Susie just taking a little bit of damage as Thanadol has a little off angle from up on top of this roof line. And thankfully for Thanadol, nobody from Pero looking this direction.
Well, thankfully for JDG, Thanadol didn't have a bolt this time around, because that would have been a knock with a really nice one shot out of his, I think it was an AUG he was carrying. So now JDG is going to be up here in a decent little spot. The circle shifts away from Petrichor, and now Petrichor, who spent so much time digging in, literally, is no longer going to be able to use it.
Deployable cover, giving a little bit of something to play behind for JDG in addition to that ridgeline. Petrichor Road starting to bunch really close together, but the circle has now pushed them out of their position. They will need to move. The holes that they have dug are no longer going to be a position that they can viably play. So Toffees, you got to make a decision. Do you push down towards Nans, bring the fight to JDG, which looks like it's what Ming Ming and I-26 are currently thinking about, trying to jump scout over that smoke. And JDG could be at risk here, because if Petrichor Road managed to find that first knock, the rest of the team are just a little bit further behind, and here comes the nades.
Whoa, it's raining nades. They thought maybe they'd be on the trees. They are not. They're going to be pushed forward, so none of those nades do connect, but they bid to get out a little bit of extra cover for them to fall back onto. Petrichor taking a little bit of shots here and there. JDG keeping their heads down and not overcommitting to this. Everyone's saying, all right, we're just going to wait for Petrichor to try to push into the circle.
Yeah, Ming Ming's going to toss the blue. I think they've realized now that he's directly behind that Dorito, not behind the tree. So get ready to bounce it. Remember those things? They do bounce a little bit further than you might want them to. 35 seconds until Petrichor Road are in trouble, and I-26 is going to dig again just for a little bit of scouting.
Ming Ming gonna go ahead and get that cooked up. Nice little flash toss. Ming Ming's nade looks good. Takes some damage. The second wave comes in. The Molotov not quite close enough. And for the second time, JDG almost threads the needle. The second one spread, thank goodness, because they would have lost too much utility if they didn't get that knock.
Yeah, now they've bought themselves the opportunity to begin closing that at all, wrapping around the other side. So JD Gaming currently in a vice grip between Petrichor Road and Full Sense. Stun grenade being thrown out, but a nade is a little bit stronger than a flash. Down goes Susie, and JDG with just 2 players left standing. One behind the Blanco. I-26 managed to catch out Rushy, who was attempting to flank up the hill on the other side. Full Sense down 1. The only 4-strong team is Petrichor.
Very nice play by Petrichor as they come up over the top of the hill. We thought they might have been in trouble when the circle shifted away, but they forced these 2 teams to fight themselves. Now Belmont sitting behind the dossier looking to make an ambush, but the nade's going to come in first. The blue's going to force him off of it as Petrichor spreads out and aggressively pushes. Belmont's getting a little bit of help from Flash, so as he cups over the top and gets Ming Ming.
Yeah, that's brilliant from Full Sense, helping his teammate out. Chewy takes a headshot. A little bit more damage dealt the other way. It's December 12th from JDG. The vice is being closed on the other side. Petrichor Road 2. JDG 1 cold. Head firing Petrichor Road. Down they fall. And Full Sense take the chicken dinner. Big one for them. And your PGC champions get the win they deserve.
I'm not even sure Full Sense knew that was coming to the last possible second. What a win. Petrichor did something smart. They threw those grenades. They started the engagement against JDG and then backed off of it to try to pull the third-party card. It worked. Full Sense charged over like a bunch of monsters. Backstabbed JDG, but you know what? Petrichor re-engaged. Full Sense immediately pulled back their players and allowed JDG to make the flank and put the stake in the heart of Petrichor. Full Sense comes away with a great win. Let's pull Porosaurus and match him in. Poro, the mid game was boring, but that last fight was awesome.
Hey, again, home field advantage. China's back, baby. JDG and Petrichor Road looking really nice there. Honestly, we were talking about it, man. Me and Matt were kind of going back and forth about Navi there in that late game, like that perfectly timed third party onto T1, and also look at this. I mean, Falcons. This is I think I laughed. I was like, "Do you think they got that first knock?" And they were like, "Oh my god, why is it twisted?" Oh no,
Right.
it's not twisted. Anybody with twisted.
Well,
that's not who we want to piss off.
Was that your hopium right there coming up for you, Toffees? You're saying that you needed a fix, and it felt like you got one.
Oh, that's why I was saying. This is the good stuff. Ship it to me, please.
That's what they need to do. Like they don't have time to do anything else at this point. You got to go hunt kills. And unfortunately, it didn't play out for him in the end. But yeah, Navi was kind of in the same boat. You saw T1 playing King of the Mountain up there. Like this was always going to happen. Unfortunately, like E-Arena just had the freest path over there to take them out. Like that's just a really rough spot for them to try to play from.
Yeah, the Falcon boys, you could see, I mean, they were surrounded on all sides. It was going to go badly at some point. Then we jump over to Full Sense. Dude, they were in the longest fight ever with JDG Matchroom and ultimately come out and win the event from it.
And a lot of it comes down to this hillside firefight that we're watching right here. Is Navi, I mean, Heather putting in work as the last one up, but you can see there was just no easy angle of approach coming up from Navi. They opted to just run down right into Petrichor Road and the fences that they'd set around these smokes. Petrichor Road it's an interesting statement to look at because the fact that it's another one of these squads that's not superstar squad, right? It's just a very consistent squad that plays around. Sure, they've got Ming Ming, but whenever we're seeing Petrichor Road have their big moments, it's not often been Ming Ming. Ming Ming's been the guy that's kind of like chilling off to the side, trying to make something happen for the rest of the team, and the rest of the core is finding their successes. And on the opposite side of that, like whenever we look at Full Sense is really starting to have Thanadol come into his own more and more as a player. Just look at the damage numbers that he's capable of generating.
Well, I mean, for me, and maybe, let's kick it over. Poor, I want to get your opinion. It feels like these are two different teams, and you talk about Petrichor versus Full Sense. Full Sense is running a full West Coast offense. Like, these guys are aggressive. They're looking to push those fights. They're pulling players back and forth on a regular basis. Petrichor is like 1990s Chicago Bears. Like, they're just locked up. They're defensive. They dug holes. They held the top. They tried to bait Full Sense into fighting JDG on their behalf. Just two very different approaches to the end game.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't have a problem with how any of those teams played that at the end. Like, Petrichor, like, they had the high ground position, and they knew, like, we're going to have a hard time. Like, we're going to have to push one of these teams from this high ground, and in TPP, like, they're going to see us coming before we can see them. And so they're going to be able to be in a better position. So I think that they did the right thing. They dropped the smoke wall, try to death ball their way through Full Sense. And unfortunately for them, JDG just did the perfect. Like, if JDG had timed that push, maybe like a second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds later, they might actually come out on top of that game because, like, that was the smart play. The thing that is their timing was just a little bit off to where Petrichor was able to kind of turn around and look at them. And instead of being still fully focused on Full Sense, and Full Sense obviously the beneficiaries of that one. But again, I didn't have a problem with how any of those teams played. I think they all did the right thing given the position they were in.
Even look at before that, right? Full Sense sharing the compound with JDG. Other teams might have been a little bit more hyper fixated on each other and spent too much time trying to win the battle of the compound, instead of realizing they were buffers for each other. Like, Full Sense were a buffer from JDG, protecting them from that western side. JDG the same from the east. So there was like a little bit of a gentleman's agreement between the two sides. Don't get me wrong, if you see an opening, you're going to take it. But those two teams really helped each other out for a long time as well.
helped each other out like two gangs splitting territory, right? Like,
Yeah.
we're friends, but if you cross over here, it's trouble. And I want to be clear with everybody, if I ever get a chance to cast sports ball, I will be comparing those teams to PUBG squads 100%, because I do think that would be very entertaining. All right, it sounds like we have an interview we're going to check out right now, so give us a moment. We're going to do an interview and then probably a break.
Hello everyone, we have Solsit here. Oh, hey. What a game from Tegel. And can you walk us through like the final circle? Like what's the turning point? Was it big turning? Like in the comms execution, how's that thing like?
That game for us was pretty good. We was fighting with full sense, and after that fight we find another one with the third party, Navi and 4M, and just clear the side, have good zones there, and just win a game with good positions.
Yeah, the position is actually good. And what was the toughest challenge your team had to overcome?
I guess that's 100%. That's 100% mentality. Because we're feeling really confident with our skills, like with our macro. We have a good micro, like shooting, movement, everything, and that's only our like big challenge for us, like our mentality. And right now we're feeling really confident because like after the EWC, we do some like work, together like a team. And right now we playing PGS and coming for the win.
Nice, very confident. How do you like feel like back to the PGS stage, like? Because you're like missing the PGS stage for about half a year. Any special feelings come back to here again?
That's, I probably say it like that's like my home, because like I'm not first time on this arena in China, of course. So that's I feel like at home. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So the last question is, was there a moment like this tournament where you thought we belong here? That a moment that you think like we belong here?
I don't know exactly, but I would say it like after killing the Virtus Pro in the last Miramar, after that game, like we feel like really start like feeling confident, like we can kill everyone and like just fighting with another teams and just playing the game.
Yeah,
are the best, like
Yeah, you won a 1v3.
Probably I said like this one, but yeah.
Great. Good to hear that, and thanks for joining us for the interview. See you in the next game. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Darn you, time constraints. He finally got him rolling in that interview and was like, I gotta go back to game. But he was like, I'm pretty sure I just heard him saying we're just better, so he took the fight. And I like that confidence coming out of Nemesis, Poro.
That's what we're going to go with. We're going to go with the ego. Nemesis will look great today. But again, this is just getting your seat at the table. Yeah, when you get to the final stage, you got to eat. So we'll see if Nemesis can keep that ball rolling. But I'll tell you what I'm interested in right now, like the cut line. Like right now, JDG 22 points. I think the lowest we've seen it in a winner or survivor stage has been 24 points. Okay. 25 points. So it feels like it's going to be pretty low this time around.
One game left to play. For you guys at home as he brings it up, you can't see the scoreboard right now. You'll see it when we get into game. We'll pull that up for you guys. I hope I'm not lying. And so right now that cut line is 22 for JDG. They are at the line at 8. Above them is a 23, a 23, and then a pretty safe gap. So there's 3 spots technically up for grabs right now in the race. Below that, 9, you got Geeky at 21, 19, 18, 15, 15, 12. So all of those teams with one good game can pass those 3 middle teams should they struggle. Perfect. Thank you, boys. Yeah. Total leaderboard up right now. I think that's the big issue. Yeah. Yep. Heavy hitters, but that cut line right at 8. T1, Na'Vi, and JDG. They're in a very dangerous position where there are at least 8 teams that can catch them, Gibson.
Yeah, and you look at the teams below, right? Myth, PGS champions. Falcons, multiple-time international champions. Twisted Minds almost had the perfect year. Liquid have come second at PGC. Pero have been like, the amount of talent in that chasing pack is so high. But you were talking about the cutoff line, right? 21 to 23. It's not going to be much higher than that. For it to be a lot higher, you need all of those teams to get a bunch of points. So you could be looking at potentially 25 points, maybe less being that cutoff.
That cutoff is going to be
I
wild.
don't know. I feel like whenever we're looking at Na'Vi, T1, and JD Gaming, they're going to try to push it, right? These guys all understand what they're going to be focused in on, so it's going to be the ones on the hunt. But the ones on the hunt, we've seen Geeky. They were, what, second highest, first highest yesterday? I can't remember exactly off the top of my head. 4 Angry Men. Petrichor Road also in that category of what we saw yesterday on a high-performing squad. So these are a lot of guys that know the fact that they're probably going to need to be aiming if they're in the hunt. I would say you don't feel comfortable with, what, less than 7 points, 8 points? I would say maybe even 10 points just because Na'Vi, T1, and JD Gaming can all pop off.
Yeah, no, this is a kill feed track type of game, right? Because I think 6 teams, they're looking to play so everyone 9 to 13 is going to play for the chicken dinner. They're going to play good, consistent PUBG, but they're going to have 3 guys assigned to tracking Na'Vi, T1, and JD Gaming, because you're going to be looking at the kill feed and you're going to be figuring out how many points they're pulling off of those. And once those teams go down or thrive, you're going to start to pull the trigger on how fast you play. And I think that's something that's very important. If you see Na'Vi and JDG all of a sudden light up the kill feed or show up in a big way, that's something where you're like, okay, now I got to get active, right, Matt?
Yeah, but there's also the double-edged sword of that, right?
Okay.
If you're presently in that 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, well, I would say 7th, pretty much 6th and 7th, 8th spots, there's an extra pressure that you do feel that you need to go for those kills, right? So that could put you in a more jeopardized position to cost you the game, go out early and have somebody come up after you. I don't necessarily know if we'll see that coming up from squads like Na'Vi, JD. These are squads that can sometimes be a little bit slower on approach. But, I mean, there's now going to be a secondary pressure that mounts. And, Poro, you were kind of talking about this with, like, Na'Vi, that sometimes they're a momentum-based team. We were talking about this in the green room. Is this the momentum that they need coming in off of this game to now be in the cut line?
I don't know, man. It's a lot of pressure. But 1 game remaining. Toffees, this is all chips are on the table.
Everything is on the table, guys. This is the last game of the day. Top 8 teams go straight to the winner's division. Bottom 8 have to play tomorrow against the worst of the event to see if they can maybe survive. And tomorrow's going to be tough. There's a lot of APAC Ravagers waiting to open the doors and open the veins of their opponents as they come after them. So you want to be in the top 8. You want to lead the race. The plane is right down the middle. It cannot get better on the grassy pastures with the dynamic duo, Match'em and Porosaurus.
Here we go. Finally, a playing path that doesn't seem like it's going to be favoring that whole bridge situation and military base. We have been seeing it pulled to the north very regularly, though, Poro. That's been your topic of conversation that you've been kind of diving into. Is Severny has just been a focal point time and time again. I think it might be too far out this time, though.
It might be, but never say never, because we've seen crazier things. But
true,
I think all those teams that are in the hunt, and there's so many in the hunt. Oh no, Geeky
and Na'Vi of all squads. Come on.
It had to be, didn't it? It had to be Geeky dancing around.
Geeky's coming in with cars, though. Do they have guns?
I think you heard it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Get the vehicle. Get on out of there. So, oof. A little bit of crisis averted there, as the circle will go ahead and favor over towards, what are we going to say that's like volcano? Yeah, southwest of Yasnaya, right on top of 4
I don't know
a.m.
what to do, Poro. I don't know what to do. The circle isn't 50% water. All the teams will be able to find a place to like play without immediately having to firefight in Circle 1. What do we do?
Pretty diabolical, the circles so far today. Now I will say that we have had hardships, but hardships haven't really been the story so far. So hopefully that remains the case here with 1 game remaining as we get the replay of that last game, that big full sense victory. And boy, they are looking a lot better now than they've looked so far this year, to be honest.
Well, since JD Gaming, they were living here for a while. I think Toffees was making the joke. That was Circle 3 that we saw them kind of fighting around over there. As Full Sense in the later stages, they had to keep control over this compound and fight their way in. But for me, it was about the hillside firefight and the focal point that so many teams were having to have into where Petrichor Road was playing and where we kind of saw Falcons in the firefights that they had to take a bit more to the west of that.
And again, I mean, it can't be understated. They're having this success playing with the sub, right? And losing Tigger for the tournament is a pretty big loss, man. Tigger's a great player, but Rushy has been a fantastic fill-in. Obviously, I mean, we're seeing them sitting at the top of the leaderboard right now and set for that final stage. And they've honestly, it hasn't seemed like their play style has changed much at all.
Back over here now in Circle 9, and it's Full Sense and JD Gaming yet again firefighting, as this has just been getting a bit separation out, and Full Sense's timings on their firefight have been so good. Like, the way that they navigate their wind conditions for circles are just so good. Like, look at the way that they realized exactly how Petrichor Road was going to have to move. Flash managed to do enough work on the side angle for it, kept corralling in JD Gaming into the positions that they needed. And that's been a lot of, I would say, what we're looking at in the winner's bracket today is it's using the squads next to you based off of your control to take the fights that you might not necessarily want. Make your enemies fight amongst themselves so that way your life just gets easier and easier.
Yeah, I mean, JDG did them a favor in that last game a little bit by making the push when they did. Not that they have the option to do anything else, really. But if JDG wraps behind Full Sense that time, it could be a completely different story about how that end game played out. So, you know, it helps to have a little luck go your way as well, but they capitalized, and that's all you can really ask for here. As we see Vitality, they're in the hunt as well, getting a little close to T1. I think T1's going to avoid that for the time being, though, because they are above the cut line, but they're still sweating.
Okay, so what's going on with the cut line? I know sometimes people just kind of bounce back in whenever the game started, just to remind everybody. So the top 8 will go on to the final stage where we're going to be playing over the weekend. There is this survival stage where the bottom 8 that have already been eliminated do have to kind of have another chance to fight their way in. So the bottom 8 here will be going for that, as Pearl Songjong has been spotted out, and he's just going to instantly get taken down here because there's nobody else even around to protect him for GK.
That's a really good get for Na'Vi. Another point. Secure them a little bit closer up there in 6th. The fact that we had almost a damn near 10-point drop-off between 5th and 6th is crazy, between Nemesis and Na'Vi. But Na'Vi finding their stride a little bit in that last game. I think that that fight against T1 really kind of stoked the flames. And one thing you can see about Na'Vi is that they definitely work well off of momentum. And right now they're probably operating off the best momentum that they've had so far today. And we'll see if they can hold on, as they have a good position here. All 4 inside the compound as a number of teams make their way past the Me Arena. This is all the way out in the west. Got the secret basement key.
Ooh, all about the secret rooms yet again. So Na'Vi, I will say that their positioning makes me a smidgen nervous just due to how many people are starting to be around them. It is pretty centered, though.
Well, they're 4 deep, which is something that we haven't really seen from them. Like, they've been kind of opting for going for those 2 team slips, but I think this is the play, given that they're so centralized. Like, this is a smart move for them.
We've seen these 2-2 splits be heavily punished between emergency pickups and error messages and all kinds of other things that kind of have been revealing themselves. The 2-2 split is still effective, but man, you have to be so ready to regroup. Otherwise, whenever we see everybody just going for the center push, if you end up with it, there's going to be 4 people that just crash onto you because they don't have anywhere else to go, and 2v4, just that math just not good for you there.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think if they were in first place, they maybe stick with it. But the fact that they're fighting for their spot, oh my God, that is absolutely disgusting. Hackentory. Stop.
Okay. This is the thing, though. So now Hackentory seems like he's feeling himself. Whenever Na'Vi's
I'd be feeling myself
points.
after that one. Good God.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, no,
I can say that. That's a shot I wouldn't hit.
I've never known what that would feel like, Matt, to be honest. And if I did, it was completely by accident.
Those who do play, those who can't cast is the easiest way to look at it. Is I'm going to be definitely keeping an eye on that kill feed and Hackentory for the rest of the time. North of the river going through the circle, though, not going to have too much on it. Nemesis are running a quote-unquote 2-2 split. It's really a 4-man split broken into 2s that are kind of on opposite sides of the river. And so they've got Summon Nemesis over there, and JD Gaming is hoping the fact that they can play the numbers to the north in their favor, but EK, seeing them lose a player early, that's at least some moment of reprieve for them, feeling like there might be some more opportunity, as Team Vitality, who needs just a couple of points, going to go ahead and go for an emergency pickup just in case this goes to the north. I like this because the plane path for it, or helicopter path, whatever you want to say, is going to put them right onto Stolver, and there's nobody there right now. So this actually does cut up the Yasnaya. This is a great play.
Yeah, onto Stolver, or maybe even onto Yasnaya. Just go for the city if this is a full-on hard shift, which we've seen a lot, so might as well prep for it. Meanwhile, you see Virtus Pro. They've got a BRDM, not what you want to see if you're any other team. But one of our teams that's very far down the leaderboard right now, still not out of the mix, is Falcons. I'm really interested to hear what their comms are on this circle pop. So let's take a listen in real quick to see what those boys have to say.
Reset. This is not a good sign.
He's leaving Hilltop.
Ghost leaves. Let's see if we can look straight and look for like Volcano here. I don't want to do a wrap here now.
Yeah.
Ghost
is still here.
Ghost is still here.
I think that's part of Twisted.
Here.
I think that's part of Twisted.
Something up to the hill. There's a guy in the middle of the open on the hill.
Yeah,
he's driving away now. They're all driving away.
See where they're going.
Yeah. 63 alive. There might be a fight on an edge.
They're going south. They're driving south.
Yeah, they're going south. Yeah.
It's the shelter team down 1, so they could still be on our edge. VP1. VP. V1. VP1.
There.
Like it. Well, there you go. The scrap on school.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to go. There's nothing happening else other than just trying to make the cut. And that is a problem. Na'Vi down and eliminated. I was about to say their rotate didn't feel too good. They ran right into the cluster of squads. And they're going to bump into VP of anybody. So Na'Vi down at 25. That's not good math.
Oh, that's so rough. Their compound that they were 4 deep was inside circle, too. They were trying to reposition for better position, but they were in. And they just run right into Virtus Pro, not who you want to be running into with Nemesis now. Again, JDG and Nemesis going to be running into each other. Melman instead, the last 2 players left alive. No matter how this play, I mean, 32 points. They should definitely be safe, right? Like, there's no way.
How intertwined in destiny are Na'Vi and Nemesis when we look at this? Right as soon as Na'Vi goes down, Nemesis loses 2 of their players. VP going to be trying to see if they can keep an eye on what's going to be going on as they get their regroup on this hillside down to the south, trying to get some distance away from Myth, as well as Full Sense that are going to be playing over there. Geek is just going to be to the east of it. So Apps getting a lot of attention, 17 of VP going for that. Petrichor Road on School. Then Rozhawk is going to have the remnants of Nemesis with T1 running a full split around the entire control angle of Rozhawk. They want that. That is their territory. While Vitality going to be on the hillside on the res beacon. The north still pretty quiet as most of the focus is just all about what's going on in the middle as we watch the doom of Na'Vi.
Goodness gracious, yeah. I mean, they even got Beamy too. It's just so unfortunate that they end up running into that and taking a couple of losses right off the bat. So, I mean, of all the teams to run into, you just don't want to be running into VP. As they will lose Beamy, but they still have that BRD and they still play from the apps. This is one of those weird circles, Matt, where it's we didn't get a chance to talk about it because we were listening to Falcons and how they were approaching it, but it's one of those, like, I almost call it a phantom water circle, where the biggest portion of it is to the south of the river, so the north side is most likely going to get cut out, so not a lot of teams are going up that way, which means that south side is a lot more populated than otherwise you would be expecting. And right now only 2 teams north as we wait and see where the next circle's going to pop.
It's Gambler Circle. I mean, when you look at it, you either go north or south and you hope that it favors you and how it goes, and it does stay a little bit more to the south. Rozhawk and T1 going to feel great about that. Emergency pickup's going to be called for 4 angry men, see if they can leapfrog. So Boatyard, Rozhawk, and a little bit of the island in play, Boro. The south and the north, kind of the positions that you're not wanting to go for, so it's going to be a lot of send it time. Who's going to be the first to bump in as it's a lot of squads to the east just trying to cut a path. EK rolling right next to 17, and where do you go is the regroup now happening for T1 onto Nemesis.
Yeah, I'd love to see Team Liquid get together here. They're playing from that Boatyard on the west, and they could be set up for a nice game as the rest of the lobby is going to be fighting it out in Rozhawk. See T1 making the move here. Stead will try to slow things down with the exploding gas can as he has got no support. He is all by himself. Melman driving around off to the north, going to see if he can maybe come up here and provide him a little bit of an alternate angle. But look at Rozhawk right now. It's just completely full. Melman will jump in, and he's going to win the 1v1 against Heather. Nicely done. I don't think Heather was expecting it.
I mean, that's a great 1v1 to win. Usually, like, people slow down, try to peek around the angles. Melman just comes in full on gusto, man. He's like, no, I'm just going to take it. T1, who were running pretty much all 4 corners of Rozhawk, when the circle popped, they just couldn't really regroup fast enough. And now 4 Angry Men's going to be making landfall on top of all of this as well. It is just chaos in Rozhok. There is nothing else to be had, and everybody wants a piece of it. Myth manages to hold back some of what's going to be going on, but 4 Angry Men at least do manage to make landfall. In the distance, JDG also trying to get the high ground on top of it all. Myth needs some big game here if they want to try to qualify, and everybody else to falter, but they're starting to find kills early.
That was extremely ambitious on the part of 4AM. I don't know what they thought they were going to get out of that. The E pickup right in the middle of Rozhok at this point in the game is just asking to get lit up, and they do, in fact, get lit up. So they will be playing in our Survivor stage tomorrow. Only 17 points for them on the day. As you see, Rozhok starting to kind of calm down a little bit. Virtus Pro still playing with that BRDM on the waves. Falcons trying to find a place to get in. They're going to go into Boatyard. They've already taken a couple of L's here as they will try to knock on the door. Team Liquid looks like they've managed to get some people back together as Nemesis will get eliminated in 14th place.
We had 2 American squads fighting for their livelihood, but it is going to be Liquid that makes it look easy. Halo just demolishes Falcons. So 4 points in the bag for them, now at 19 points on a climb. Eyes onto that 8th place position. Just a few points back behind it is now Falcons will be playing tomorrow.
That's rough, man. That was really, really rough. But Liquid stand to gain a lot here. They've already managed to climb up to 10th place. That cut line not looking so far away. They did lose Purdy Curdy as they held off Boatyard for as long as they could, and they get to hold on to it a little bit more now, and they get to avoid all of Rozhok. The question is, where do you play it? Alo and Cowboy, we'll see if they go and rejoin Luke and just give up this south side, because you've got a full sense down there. You've got Arena down there, and then you've got that one snake of Songjang.
So 17 has a very difficult rotate ahead of them. They're going to play Coastline. So going to get peppered by a lot of the team. So, of course, Rozhok is going to be a focal point in the circle. But the hillside coming out from the south is going to be able to support a couple of teams. We've got GK already up on top of it. VP playing the other side. That's going to be holding back Team Liquid. You were talking about where they might go. Team Liquid would probably want to try to go for the foothills, but it's going to be so hard to find as 17 doesn't even want to go into Rozhok, and I don't blame them, because that place is just a bloodbath waiting to happen. If they'd gone too much further, it would have been JD Gaming that could have gotten vision on them.
Yeah, this is a good pull-up and a good stop on the coastline here for 17. Let's see if they can get Lil Ghost to go and rejoin the boys. Twisted still holding on to that northwestern or northeastern corner of Roz. Still 4 strong, too. Twisted, if they play their cards right and they time this right, they might be the ones coming out here. There you go. Nice shot from Example. We'll take down Lil Ghost. And that's going to be a very much needed point. Yeah.
Yeah, he was just waiting, and just in case the rest of 17 died in their rotate. And the problem with that for poor old Little Ghost is that whenever 17 made their rotate, that gave away any other wraps that were going to be happening.
All right,
Team Liquid needing points. The Arena already feeling pretty good, making the push, and it's going to be Boatyard yet again. But notice that there is Songjang back behind the Arena. Looks like he's just going to swoop in from back behind and keep an eye on what's going on.
I'm also keeping an eye on Full Sense. They're still outside in the blue. They haven't made the push over here just yet. They see E-Arena making their move inside as that sneaky snake Songjang. This was a revive station drop for Songjang. The rest of his team is on top of that radar tower, so he's all by himself right now.
Poor BRDM. He wishes it was a real BRDM. Then he could be back with his friends. His friends are so far away, enjoying safety. They've got high ground, not even really involved in Rozhok. Potential path into the circle no matter where it goes. And poor old Songjang. Well, maybe he can get something out of here, as this is a very hard rotate given the fact that there's so many people playing both sides of this hill, man. Halo's just, that was a beautiful angle and push from Halo. You just got to give it to him on that.
That's a quick replay.
Yep.
It was a quick, very quick fight, unfortunately, there for Falcons. Well, they'll get to reset and go into tomorrow's survival stage. 5 more games to make their way into the final stage as Full Sense. They saw E-Arena make that crash in the Boatyard. They decided they didn't want any of it. They're going to continue playing these ridges just on the south side of the zone, but they got to avoid that line of sight for Petrichor Road, who have taken over the top of Radar Tower. The rest of GK have gone down into Rozhok proper. Let's see if the circle will do them any favors.
Waves supporting a couple of squads, and no, it abandoned Waves entirely. Actually cuts out most of the hillside south of Rozhok as well. So that means that the squads that lean into Rozhok feeling pretty good. Team Liquid's got a leapfrog yet again, but it's going to be heavily defended on any approach. The western side of Rozhok is pretty much a field. so it's going to suck. I like the fact that Full Sense, I think, are trying to prep up. Mortar looks like it's going to be more towards the VP side instead of going for... I thought that we were going to try to maybe mortar more into the circle and give themselves a position. Instead, they bloodthirsty. They want kills.
Yeah, forces the low guy to keep his eye on the sky and actually can land right on top of the BRDM. Takes the BRDM out. Nicely placed mortar there from Full Sense. Get that off of the field. But the job's not done yet. Look at Petrichor Road. They're actually sending 2 out here. They had the high ground, and they caught Full Sense kind of in a bad spot, and they decided to come and see if maybe they could take advantage of it. It looks like it's not going to be there for them, so they'll go ahead and retreat back once again.
They've got a mortar, and they're going after VP, not us. That's fine. They probably saw them setting the mortar and maybe thought it could be coming for them, but now since it's more VP-sided, it's A-OK. VP in some trouble. They have to keep moving away from the mortars right as the E-Arena comes in, but they're going to be running right into the explosions now coming out from VP as nades land down. E-Arena, though, navigating it pretty well so far. Songjan from back behind all of this gets the knock on to Path and Pong. He's just trying to see if he can get something else out of that as now Petrichor Road, they're just playing the top side of this hill. They're going to roll through. VP goes down. E-Arena just absolutely massacring people today.
Just timing after timing after timing there. E-Arena taking advantage of VP, having to keep their eyes in the sky because of mortars. Nice grenade there. Actually, it's going to be Cowboy that takes down Chewy before the grenade can even take him. And Myth just going to continue just raining utility over the top, and it's going to hit over and over again. I-26, the last player left alive for Petrichor Road. Liquid has to be looking at this and seeing this is might be a good spot to take if we can take advantage of it. Mortar's just fallen from the sky. It's chaos in Razak.
Oh, it sucks to be Petrichor Road. Even the vehicles are abandoning them as they roll down the hillside. But maybe there's some cover for Team Liquid if it doesn't stop before the edge, or if it stops before the edge of the circle. Poor old Rushy. He's just kind of by his lonesome now, as that's hard for the sub to be in. You got to say that is Petrichor Road finally going to go down. E-Arena going to continue their wrap, and now it's going to be just having to deal with Rushy in front of him. Is E-Arena trying to use this to try to go into Razak itself? Maybe, but I mean, there's just too many people there. Songjan's got gold, man. I love it. He's still nowhere near the circle either.
Dude, the snake bites from the back. Songjan will get the knock. He's going to secure the knock as well. Another point picked up there for GK as they look to secure their hold on that top 8 finish. Liquid, meanwhile, trying to make the rush, but looks like they are right in vision of Myth. 2 knocks now. We'll see if they can get those guys back on their feet.
Well, we've got the map. Look, okay, in Razak Southeast, of course, DK, 2 players up. Look at Boatyard with Songjan. That's where he was causing all of those problems for everybody on approach. He's finally going to go down and get taken care of. But Myth, they've found 7 kills so far, and they find the circle yet again. It's them, JD Gaming and Team Liquid. Team Liquid needs more, but now down to just 1 player, and the circle's done them no favors as they're the only squad in that field.
Better late than never here for Myth. Got eyes on Twisted as well. They have an opportunity to do a little climbing of their own as we see GK trying to see if they can get rid of T1. So far, the utility not landing. Zakan will get a little bit closer. I think they realize they've got him 1-1 between the house and the shed. EJ, keep eyes on here. Akan just going to try to make that way through, but look at Example. He's got angles on that, so Akan can't push the way he wanted to. Ian will try to rush into the building, but he's going to go down to Raining's flames, and now Raining's all by himself.
Raining's just creating hellfire all around him right now. I don't know how many mollies that he walked into this with, but he's still got 1 more afterwards. He's just absolutely raining hellfire down onto everybody, but he can't even go for the peek out. This is throwing off all kinds of timing. Poor old Geeke was just trying to get into the circle, see if they can find anything else. Molotov's going to go out, does pop in their face, but now Geeke, what do? You still got to get into the circle, and you got to cross a road, and Vitality and Myth both taking shots at you as you go into it. That's going to suck.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I think job might be done for Geeke, though. Like, they just needed to have some points here, and they've managed to collect 7 for themselves, 29 overall. They should be good to go for that final stage, and they got a con in, so that is good news. As the rest of Vitality, no, Lou's gonna get it. Can he secure the kill? No, how am I bad gonna steal it away? So that's great for Vitality as they're still trying to make that climb.
I was just laughing at the geometry on the mini-map where he drove across. It was so many lines focused in on poor old EJ just trying to cross over there. All right, so to the north, we still have 17 that's gonna be playing the Ridge line. JD Gaming just down to the south of them, but they're going to have the high ground on all of it. On some people call schools, some people call gatehouses, whatever. Team Liquid is also starting to creep in more from the west, finally getting out of the fields. There's a lot of distraction coming up from Myth onto what was going on with GK. Vitality is just going to be south of where Myth is going to be playing from, and that's kind of the lay of the land moving in. Nobody really needing to have to do too much yet, but 17 might have to find something, and they want to go after JD Gaming, and I think that this is a good position to go for.
Yeah, they got to. They got to deal with some. They got to. If they can take this over, that'd be huge. Well, oh, nice grenade from Wembwa. That's a good way to start things off. Gets a knock on a cold 119. I think they realize that they've got JDG split out here 2-2. Now it's down to one player. Is that a shotgun in hand? Yes, it is. Always flash. He's blind. They got to push off of that. Wemble going to be the first one through. He's going to go down. Nicely done there by Nans, but he will go down to Xiao Wu. And immediately, Tianchan going to turn his attention over to Suze. Nice shots from him. Heads up play coming out from 17.
Everything's been going wrong for Team Liquid for so long, but the circle goes to the fields. Twisted makes a run right up on the other side of JD. See, maybe they can go after this, find some points of their own, trying to climb the leaderboard. But Tulins goes for the spray. Perfectix finds one as well. Now what do you do? 17 still needs to try to get their reses up as they want to try to make a push into JD Gaming, but there's nowhere to go. Team Liquid taking shots on the Myth, stalling out any approach from them as Vitality still have to deal with Geeking on the outside of this. The timing for JD Gaming was atrocious. The push from 17 happened at the worst time, and they are being punished for it.
It's really smart stuff from Twisted, exactly what you'd expect from the multi-time champions. They knew where JDG was, they saw the fight going on, and they took advantage, and they will get the knock onto Wembwa again. As he is on his second knock, Tianchan will have to retreat, heal up. See how much utility Twisted has left in the bag. They've been sitting inside that city for quite some time, so probably don't have a whole lot here as they're trying to dispatch with JDG, but it's just not that easy.
They have to focus on 17 and keep 17 back. Now they put themselves to gatekeep against 17, who needs to get in the circle while having JD Gaming right on top of them. They just have to constantly keep looking every single direction. And Nades are doing a great job on stalling out, but not getting the knocks that Twisted really wants. And if this moves into a close range fight, up on top of it all, JD Gaming is going to have opportunities to shoot into smokes, deal with any of the pushes, maybe even force the firefights right all on top of each other. So as the smoke line's coming out for 17, the pressure is mounting more and more onto Twisted because nothing feels safe.
It sure doesn't, and now 17 has to make the move. They've got the blue on their back. Suze with the high ground, and look at that, Tianchan's going to get the knock as well. So Twisted kind of falling apart here at the end. They've got one left alive. He's on the staircase. Perfectly timed stuff here from 17. They come through. Now Batulins, his focus is only on Suze, who's waiting for it. Good shots, he wins that. Collects another point for Twisted. They'll climb up a little bit higher, but it might be too little too late. Meanwhile, Team Liquid have jumped the cut line. They have made their way above T1, and now they could jump even farther.
26 points tied up with T1 at range. Myth still just trying to get into the circle. Team Liquid, they've got Luke over into the west, and then they've got 2 down to the south, and that's what stalled out any movement coming out from Myth, really. It's a great crossfire setup. But Tulins still just going to be over here chilling right on top of 17 Gaming with one player up of their own. So Twisted with one. Oh my God, Tian.
I love it.
Are you going to do him like that? Are you really going to do him like that? Be like, if I'm going to die, I'm taking you with me. But Tulins, what you going to do? You going to go for the jump down? Walks right into his face, but now Tian has to deal with the C4. Get away!
Run, Tian. Okay, he survives. Good stuff. Nicely played there by 17, and now they are tied for first. Not that it, really matters, but
it matters to them.
It's definitely a feel-good moment, but great stuff from Liquid here. The fact that they were able to survive that initial onslaught, playing from that open field, you called it, you said it's a very tough spot to play. I mean, Myth was just posted up, taking free fire over at them. They utilized all their utility. They took those 2 knocks, managed to get both guys back on their feet, and then from that field, they exerted control at the right time, and we'll see if they can secure the win here now. Myth still have 3 alive, and they've got a lot of utility left in the bag, trying to get a little bit closer.
Trying to do the math in my head on, I think that there is a world where if Myth kills everybody and wins, they should end up right at the cut line. right? But they've got to get it all. No flush. They can't lose a single flush to anybody else right now. And again, don't 100% quote me on that. Caster math can sometimes be a little bit dangerous. Give ourselves some Avenger love as Team Liquid now in that position like you're talking about. They've managed to make the cut line no matter what, but they have to deal with the approach on Myth, who is hungry right now. And they've got the cover pieces to play from, but Tian can ruin somebody's day.
I wonder how much offensive util Myth still has left in the bag. They still got a lot of smokes, and they're dropping them down as best they can, but they're down to mollies, and they're just not finding the mark here as Team Liquid have great fortified positions. They'll pop up here eventually. Tian trying to make his way down as well. He's still got a grenade, so Alo needs to be careful. That grenade might fall right on top of him. It goes a little bit too far. He's got another one, though. Okay, that's going to sail wide, so good stuff here for Liquid as they're just being patient, waiting for these guys to just throw their stuff out there.
Slow roll on it. Tian's got to be careful. Waiting to see if he can third party onto anything to push. Now coming out from Myth. Kiss does get the knock on the Cowboy. Luke, the guy that's been in the anchor position for so long, has to try to hold them back.
Oh, no.
Shots come out. He goes down as well. Alo, the last one up. Tian does go down. Does manage to get the knock onto Jacob before he goes. But how's it all spinning around? Numbers are starting to stack. Myth at 19 points.
1v1.
And they still need to get it down into the 1v1. Alo versus Kiss.
1v1, Alo versus Kiss. The flashbang comes out. Kiss is blind. Alo going to try to go for the reposition, but Kiss is going to see him. Damage comes through. Can Kiss pull off the impossible for Made in Thailand here? Team Liquid, he's going to hide behind his fallen teammate. It's not going to matter. Myth will get the win at the end, but was it enough?
I don't know. The math on it. Toffees, Gibson, bring you guys back in. You could have done some maybe a little bit better off of it. Myth gets it at the end, but I don't know. I feel like it's going to be maybe a tie on that cut line or maybe 1 point behind.
Oh, it's going to be a tie on that cut line. Myth gets the win. They absolutely dominate. It'll be a legendary performance from them, but the chances of going to the winner's bracket, I believe, will continue to be a myth because it seemed unattainable. They could max out at 25 points with that win, and Liquid got themselves to 28. I think we were doing the math back there, Gibson, and while it was a noble effort, it was that anchor Luke 12 and the ability to sort of stop Vitality from moving that got them that victory.
And the fight that for me that mattered the most was the one with Falcons. Like once they cleared Falcons on the edge of Boatyard, they were then able to focus on moving their way into the circle. And like we were talking about it all day long, Toffees. Like the Teflon that this team has for circles is crazy. Like not only do they have to deal with 60 other players, the zone always kicks away from them too.
Yeah, I mean, the chase, it's a lifestyle for Liquid, and I do think that comes a little bit from their choices. Poro, they tend to seem like they're in the edge in these middle games, and they often have to chase positioning, but at the end of the day, your style of play is your style of play.
Yeah, I mean, if your choice of job spots is going to be on the edge of the map, chances are you're going to be chasing a lot of circles, but I think they're comfortable with that, right? Like they've been doing it for years at this point. So this one finally ends up going their way. Nice hard shift over towards Razak this time, helping him out in a big way. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I think the biggest fight for Liquid that time around was the fight that didn't happen. Like E-Arena made that full crash into the south side of Boatyard as a 4-man squad, and there was a duo for Liquid on the south side of the street. They end up disengaging from that and going back to the other side of the road, and that kind of not taking that fight made it so that they were able to kind of actually third-party E-Arena when they went to that spot. So really well played.
Yeah, don't forget that Twisted Minds decision as well. They could have easily sent it to the crates where Alo was playing, but they brought the fight up here on the hill too. So a lot of dominoes had to fall their way for them to make it, and it looked like, yes, they tilted some of those dominoes over themselves to get the ball rolling, but they got there in the end.
Yeah, Twisted Minds may have gotten in the way of Falcons getting to the winner's bracket, but I will say they tried to third party that 17 fight. Them stopping down there opened the door for Liquid and opened up a continuous rat's nest for the teams up on the hill to contend with. So congratulations to Myth, an excellent final game. I'm gonna say it's about time, lads, and I look forward to seeing what you guys bring tomorrow, because I just don't think that's enough for a team that was so gosh darn dominant at EWC group stages, that was so gosh darn dominant at PGSs during the last cycle. They should be performing better, but they are going to be up on that line. It's going to be close for the Thai team, and if they don't make it, they will definitely come back with a confidence boost leading into the next day of play. But before we get to those final numbers, we're going to see them all in a second. I want to say my shout for these guys, that my most impressed players today was not Kiss who got man of the match. It was Thanadol and Tian Tian. Those two players seemed like they were again and again showing up in the highlight reels, Matt.
I mean, whenever we kind of look at what's going on with Myth, a lot of it often comes down to the momentum that comes from Kiss, right? And what he kind of asserts, 1,000 damage inside the round. But we do also have to remember they had a very strong fortified position that they were playing with some high ground vision. Everything seems like it was focusing on the Razhawk, so the squad should have good damage numbers. Whenever we look at, really whenever we see Made in Thailand getting some successes, it's going to be like Scappy Baron finding something out of it. But I do agree that whenever we see Jacob and Kiss somehow having their synergy together, that's whenever Made in Thailand is having their big come-up moments. And it just, where was this throughout the entirety of it? 10 kills, all right, 11 kills, 10 points off for getting the victory, but it's going to put them just right on the cusp of being too little too late.
Yep, in a second we'll get that overall leaderboard. 21 points is an excellent start to a day, especially when we talked about those cut lines are sitting in that sort of 28, 29, 30. That's those one game where if you had this on game one, Gibson, I think you're a path to qualify, no issues whatsoever. But when you have it in the last game, it often doesn't work out. Let's look at the stack. They do end up on the cut line at 25, so they're 3 points behind Team Liquid, who did manage to pull themselves out of a very tough position there at the end. The left side of that board will be your teams advancing to the final of this PGS 7. But here's something else. We talked a lot about the need to qualify, but it's not just qualification. There was something on the line, and that's the victory points, the points going into the final. 17 Gaming will start the grand final with 10 points ahead of the teams that did come in through the survival stage, and it kind of goes down from there for those top 8 teams. So that is something that could very much have a massive impact and has in the past.
Sorry, just laughing. Kiss, kiss, kiss. All across it. Back behind that. Tian, Tian, Tian. The back behind it. Alo, Alo. Song Jong. Oh, Alo. Couldn't get the most knocks on it.
He ruined it. But like, again, look at Myth. What, 85% of their whole point tally today came in the last map. It's not enough to qualify. Like, it's one of the reasons why they were there. Well, I know some people in chat wanted them to get the points just to be ahead of Falcons, but there was just a moment where the chance of qualifying was real. But again, I think in that final 3, there just wasn't enough players left up.
Wasn't enough to make that big pull. Here's the teams that are going to be playing tomorrow in the survival stage. The 8 teams on the bottom will take on the 8 teams from yesterday who got knocked out, where we will send 8 into the grand final. They will have no bonus points, and even if they make the final, they will have to fight uphill from the very start. But the good news, Poro, is at this stage, no one is out of it yet.
Not yet. They still got one more chance, and that is I don't know, man. That's a murderer's row of a survival stage for sure. Like, that is looking pretty brutal. So it's going to be exciting. It's going to be exciting to see which teams can kind of right the ship. I mean, did Myth kind of figure things out from that last game? I mean, it looked like Navi started figuring things out a little bit. Twisted Minds, oh man, I'm shocked to see them down there. I think we all are, but that just makes that lobby that much more scary, doesn't it?
It's a good reason to come tomorrow, guys, because it is going to be a bloodbath. But it looks like we have an interview on the stage. Let's check in.
Pro with us. Congratulations on advancing to the final. How do you feel right now?
I feel pretty good. We got the goal done, so now it's just time to move on for finals.
Yeah, like you've said, solid, consistent form in the first half of the season. So compared to the first half of the season, how would you evaluate your form right now?
I think right now, we are in an okay spot. We're just coming from an EWC win, which was massive, and then we had a pretty bad event in Kazakhstan. But overall, we knew what the issues are, and we know what to work on. So I would say we're in a pretty good form right now.
So what happened in HGOTF?
Just a kind of mix of everything, a bit of unlucky and just illness, and we're just not playing our A game in form of how our team play are and how our communication is.
So do you guys feel better right now?
Yeah, I think we are like slowly all feeling a bit better and like we're getting more used to this.
All right, good to hear that. And the second question is about you've already earned plenty of PGC points. What's your like biggest motivation for competing for PGS right now?
We probably have the same motivation as any other team, which is to get first place in the PGS points so we can secure a PGC final spot. That's for sure the main goal.
Yeah, yes, that's a tough aim. Okay, the last question is, what's your plan like for tomorrow's rest today?
Honestly, I think it's just rest and recover for all of us after this back-to-back events and just have some good food and be ready for finals.
All right. By the way, you like your beard?
Not how it is right now, but I'm just too lazy to shave it.
Maybe you can like vote for shave it or not on your social media.
Could be.
It could be. Okay, looking forward to seeing that. Thanks for being me and looking forward to seeing you in the finals. Bye.
Thank you.
That's all for the interview.
Well, the good news is he has an entire day to cast Expelliarmus on that beard and get himself ready for the grand finals. It should be a lot of fun because it's going to be brutal at the end. A VP and those teams looking very, very good. But I got to talk about tomorrow again, Poro. It is going to be a brutal bloodbath. Like, that is a very unexpected list of teams to see playing tomorrow.
It is, and I mean, I can guarantee you one thing right now. Tomorrow, in that bottom 8, we're going to have some teams that don't make the final stage that I think a lot of us were probably expecting to see there. So it's 5 games to figure it out. That is not the situation that you want to put yourself in, but that's where you're at. So we'll see if these guys can shake it off, reset, and come in here and succeed and make that final stage, make the final weekend.
Not only teams that we expected to see in the finals, but teams that we expected to possibly be competing for world championships this year. To be struggling to get out of the group stages at PGS is a wild development. And we're back tomorrow. We're going to have lots of action for you guys as these teams take the field and try to stamp their ticket to the grand final. Before we sign off for the night, though, you know I love final thoughts. So I'm going to start out with Matchroom. Final thoughts on the day.
Tomorrow's going to be crazy, but I got to throw it out there. Team Liquid, yes! You managed to qualify. You managed to dodge it. Great performance. Big kills. It was like 11. We didn't get to talk about it because we got caught up talking about Myth not making it, but give them their laurels. Tomorrow is going to be brutal. I cannot wait.
I was waiting for a Team Liquid is doing it because that was but they did, and they did it in a Team Liquid way. So quiet, so passive. Go stand over there, Luke, and hope nobody attacks you. I loved it. Gibson, final thoughts?
Yeah. Great job at Liquid, but remember, you got to tune in tomorrow because not only do we send 8 teams to the final tomorrow, we also send 8 teams into the losers next week as well. So you could ruin your whole PGS if you don't turn up tomorrow.
You got to turn up. All right, Mike, what's your final thoughts?
First of all, congratulations to Team Nemesis for making the final stage. Love to see that from the team that made their way up from the cup. And also, man, Virtus Pro, they still look like that team that's in the driver's seat. They still look like the best team in the world. So they will be in the final stage once again. We'll see if anybody can dethrone the EWC champs.
Ain't no one gonna stop VP unless it's called sickness, as you heard in that interview. He very candidly was like, it was a mix of things. Mostly we were sick. That's all that stops us. Professor Snape. That's fair. There's a very scary situation for them. So if they run into the wrong professor, they could get torn to shreds. There's only one way to find out. It's to spend the rest of the weekend here, guys. We appreciate you choosing to hang out with us this morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you are. On behalf of myself, Matchroom, Darren, Mike, the entire production team, Crafton, and all of the players, thank you for spending your day with us. And until we see you tomorrow, play more PUBG.
They wanna see me in a shiny flash. Who got this hella pretty face? Got a something dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. Sat him down and raise a bargain. I'll be your party and caution. I make him nauseous. I'm all in this. My home ain't never auction. Run up, I'm breaking next week. Double take when I dictate. String on the bit, the pressure elevate. Ain't got no time to negotiate. Never chase, I set the pace. I'm a 5-star click from the quick to the great. You wanna see me in the shining flash? You got this hella pretty face. Got a son dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile lane, got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you're a mistake.
열심히 뛰어봐 난 아는 놈이고 몇 발치 앞에서 해줄게 인사 반응도 못해 다 쓰러져 domino 원인 I'm fair game yes I'm a 신사 기상 pack it up 팀사 긴장 shoot it up 비상 산책하듯이 눈에 티 탐이 판에 so boring 내가 할 말은 피사
Locked and loaded, like my gun and told it. Take me to the battle, my team, you know it. Sky's pitch black till we pull up and glow it. I'm all day waiting, no I never get off it. Everywhere I go is drama, all the boys I give the trauma. Diamond spoon stir up the pot, pretty face don't let it fool ya. They say I paid making me really wanna. Now I gotta pay though and they'll never walk.
Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. Hates and comments. Why you got no sense that's common? Talk the beef get cooked like ramen. I just make gala and I dress up with diamonds. I know what I know, I don't bargain. You can price me, look at all my garments. 나는 놈 위에 있는 놈이 난데 채널 고정해 5번으로 내 향이 남네. 난 got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. Partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake. They wanna see me in a shiny flash. Who got this hella pretty face? Got us something dope, hurt you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again.
Sat him down and raise a bargain. I'll beg your pardon, caution. Fleet, I make him nauseous. I'm all in this thing, my homie for auction. One of them breaking necks, make him get the double take. When I dictate, so straight, no debate. The pressure elevate, ain't got no time to negotiate. Never chase, I set the pace. Got my 5-star click from the click to the grave.